never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
That time once again. Hi there, welcome aboard. That's the word. Listening friends, jumping in here as we close out a Monday. We'll be a full week into the month of December as we work our way into the 7th day of December. Time zone to time zone, respectively, around the country. I'm looking here. Is my thermometer broke? What's going on here? It says 29 degrees. Come on, it was 58 degrees this time 24 hours ago. Matter of fact, we were actually at 60 degrees at 2 a.m. There's Sunday night into Monday morning. What happened? Yeah, well, they said it was a cold front. They weren't kidding, were they? My. Reality check. So 29 degrees right now, and we'll obviously drop a few more as we progress through the overnight hours here. And looking at the potential for maybe our first slippery road conditions through parts of the Ohio Valley into the Northeast. Yeah, right now they've just got, what's the outlook here? Yeah, areas through much of Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky. They call it a hazardous weather outlook because it's not definitive yet. But yeah, today, a.k.a. through the day Tuesday, everything's A-OK. But then Tuesday night, yeah, like 24 hours from now, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, we could be talking some minor snow accumulations. Looking at the statement here, a little further down, they say, based on the models and the predictions, Yeah, we could see some winter weather advisories implemented. So, yeah, maybe 12 hours from now, we'll know more on that. But yeah, that's where we start things off here. Yeah, the cold air is now obviously in place. A wintry setup at midweek will indeed produce a period of snow from parts of the Ohio Valley to much of the northeastern USA, including some light snow along the I-95 corridor. Yeah, accumulations will vary across the region as this storm unfolds. Now, there's a different storm that dumped up to a foot of snow and delivered below zero temperatures over the northern tier of the central states Monday morning. Cold air sweeping southeastward through the Midwest. The temperature at International Falls, Minnesota early Monday was 5 below zero. Wind chill was 32 below zero. Now, we've been talking about it for weeks now. If you've got your diesel winter anti-gel and you haven't been using it, it's going to be that time. If you're going to be running in some of these colder areas of the country, don't want to be getting froze up on the side of the road. Now, as of the early afternoon hours there in International Falls, the temperature continued to hover just below zero. That frigid air is spilling over the Appalachians toward the Atlantic coast overnight, Monday night into Tuesday. It's going to lose a lot of its bite as it shifts off to the east, but it's undoubtedly going to set the stage for some winter precipitation. Right on the heels of high temperatures in the 50s and 60s. Even there were some areas close to 70 degrees this past day. It's going to be a good 20 to 30 degrees lower during the day Tuesday there in the Northeast. Highs will be in the 30s and lower 40s. Rather than those 50s and 60s, the winds will be biting as well. It's going to feel like teens and 20s in many areas. As we look toward Tuesday night, the actual temperatures, not the wind chill, actual temperatures are forecast to drop into the teens and 20s over the interior Northeast and within a few degrees of the freezing mark along the major I-95 cities from D.C. to New York City to Boston, just ahead of that approaching storm system. Now, the snow event on deck for the Northeast was pushing onshore over the northwestern USA Monday. That storm's going to weaken substantially while it races across the Rockies and the plains through the day today. Then it'll take a slight northeasterly turn in the east on Wednesday. The fast movement of the storm is going to limit the amount of Gulf of Mexico moisture and Atlantic Ocean moisture that it's able to tap into. We could see some last-minute strengthening of the storm, possible as it reaches the Atlantic. But it is forecast to spread a swath of snow over parts of the Ohio Valley and the central Appalachians Tuesday night to the mid-Atlantic on Wednesday, and then eventually New England Wednesday afternoon into Thursday. So it's all coming together rather quickly. Even though the snow will fall at a heavy pace for a brief time in a few areas, not really predicting a heavy accumulation of snow overall, as the storm's going to be moving along at a very swift pace. Now, where it manages to snow Tuesday night into the first few hours of daylight Wednesday over the Ohio Valley, the central Appalachians, and perhaps around the Washington, D.C., Baltimore, and Philadelphia areas, there could be enough snow to make for some slippery road conditions. Along the I-95 corridor from D.C. to Boston and further east at the East Coast beaches, rain and sleet could mix in with snow at times. Now, on top of that, the air temperatures near and slightly above freezing and slightly warmer road surfaces may cause much of the snow that falls to just melt on the paved areas. Due to that, the accumulations are not likely on the roads, especially right there on the coastal areas. Most of the major cities along I-95, from Washington, D.C. to Boston, have really only seen some flurries. I haven't seen any accumulation so far. Since official snow measurements are taken on elevated, non-paved surfaces, many of these cities may record their first tenth of an inch of snow or more. So it would be categorized as definitely an accumulating snow. Generally, a coating to an inch on the non-paved surfaces. You may encounter some slippery spots on your travel, especially the bridges and the overpasses, as well as the hilly areas in the suburbs or the more distant countryside. Airline delays are to be expected Wednesday as the snow and that wintry mix will likely prompt some de-icing operations for the first time for many this year. Further inland into the north, the air and the ground will be a bit colder, and there will be more moisture present in the atmosphere, where we could see some heavier accumulations. Pockets of 1 to 3 inches may occur in parts of southern Ohio, the West Virginia mountains, southwestern and eastern Pennsylvania, the Catskills in eastern New York, and a portion of central New England. Snow is expected to fall Wednesday night into Thursday morning. That could bring a snow accumulation to the roads, leading to pockets of slippery travel in parts of the southeastern New England area before the storm ultimately will head out to sea. Now, throughout the region, Wednesday night, yet another dip in temperatures will cause untreated wet roads to freeze. So you may be contending with the thin sheen of clear ice or black ice. There's the chance the storm will be so weak or track so far to the south as to only produce some intermittent snow there in the furthest regions of New England. Now, only if the storm strengthens pretty significantly and slows down might the anticipated light to moderate snow evolve into more of a moderate or heavy snowfall event. In that unlikely case, temperatures would be several degrees lower due to the heavier rate of snowfall. So regardless of the amount of snow that falls, the coldest air and most widespread cold weather of the season is unfolding across the region from tonight, Monday night, into Wednesday night. The bulk of the cold air is going to ease for the second half of the week, but there may be another brief round of snow or a wintry mix before we get to the end of the week there. So finally, a bit of a change as far as Mother Nature is concerned. We do have a little bit of lake effect snow tonight and some winter weather advisories. The coastal areas, let me look up here. Areas of northwestern Pennsylvania, like Erie, PA, your typical lake effect snow areas. Western New York, that'd be southwestern, as well as northwestern New York. The northwestern portions of lower Michigan as well, looking at some lake effect snows there. But as we head out west, all right, we see that storm system, which indeed came ashore this past day in the western USA. It's bringing some light snow tonight through parts of South Dakota, back into south central Montana. You may encounter a few snow showers, even some snow down into south central portions of Utah and western portions of Colorado. That'd be the higher elevation snow. Meanwhile, get some rain there in California, northern portions of California, say areas from just north of San Jose up into Eureka, California, and southwestern portions of Oregon. Looking at some rain, and there's plenty of more rain that'll be coming ashore in that part of the country during the overnight hours tonight. So it's all going to be evolving through the upcoming day. Look at our travelers' weather around the country. So I hope your week's off to a good start. Had a quiet Monday morning here at the overnight drive. More and more drivers getting out there on the road here as the new week officially unfolds. Let's see. Joe was first out of the box. Hello, Joe. Good to have you on board. Round of applause there. Buckwheat checking in. Morning, Steve, and all the Hot Shot Secret listeners out there. Have a great morning. Roy is on board. Gerald jumps in here. How about that old-style football game tonight? Weather, snow, and the Patriots win. I did not get to check out that game, Gerald. I missed that. Hello to Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, in the Overnight Drive Nation. We've got windy conditions, 36 degrees at this hour in Rochester, New York. Waiting on my loads back to Youngstown. Pappy on board tonight. You're right. Yeah, Pappy said 30 degrees from 58 degrees 24 hours ago. Yes, that is correct. Yeah, I got a package in the mail today, Steve. Hot Shot Secret products. Yeah, he made his order there. That was Friday morning. He sent me that his order was completed about 1:30 in the morning when we had Chris Gabrelchik on the show there. So got that quick service, huh? Hello to Gilligan checking in. Morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners. Please remember Pearl Harbor Day. That is correct. Yes, December the 7th. Thank you to all the veterans out there. Everybody keep it shiny side up tonight. Richard from Central Florida on board, checking in with 63 degrees. Hello to Steve and everyone out there. Captain Ron is also in Florida, rolling through Gainesville, Florida, on a pretty foggy night tonight. But we've got 64 degrees. Semper Fi. Let's go, Brandon. Hello to Zorro. Morning all. It's a cool 42 here in the Atlanta area tonight. Michael loaded for Jacksonville, leaving tomorrow. Got a cool evening here in Pottery Addition, Ohio, where it's 28 degrees. It'll be a bit nicer when you get down there to Jacksonville, won't it? Maybe you can bring some of that back north when you come up here. Santa Claus on board, out west, 60 degrees here at March Air Force Base. Hello to Steve and the road gang out there. Santa Claus out. Heat waves on the road again tonight, 37 degrees in Laguna Pueblo, New Mexico. You guys have cooled off. You were dealing with some record heat about this time a week ago. All right. Hello, Steve and company, laying down for the night, 19 degrees, 3 inches of snow in my warm, cozy sleeper in Grand Rapids at the home terminal. We've got 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Wow. Stay safe and warm this very Santa-like night. So definitely some wintry conditions. Wow, 19 degrees and 50-mile-an-hour winds. Hello to Tank. Morning, Steve. Happy Tuesday. 50 degrees here in Arizona. I'm actually headed west toward Fontana. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. Mr. Q is on board at this hour. Morning, Steve. Had to break out the Carhartts tonight, finally, in Washington Courthouse, Ohio. Yeah, what a difference a day can make, right? I'll take that 58 back. Mother Nature, I'm sorry. We didn't mean to anger you like that. Copy in the mail, Chevy guy. Hillbilly Bob checking in. Good to have you on board. The 15 car joins us. Morning, Steve. We've got the mid-50s. It's a mild night in Charlotte, North Carolina. Hillbilly Tex, got my toes in the wood stove tonight, keeping warm. Hello, Hillbilly Tex. Legendary Big Moose, headed to Lennar City to put the fire out, all right? Well, yeah, there you go, 15 cars. And anybody heard from Big Moose lately? I must be going to bed too early. He's with us. He's out there tonight there. Good morning, Steve, from David, delivering to the Aldi Grocery Distribution Center in Frederick, Maryland. Too darn cold. Horse feathers can have this cold weather. Anyway, Monkey Gouger, shout out. And where's Hillbilly Tex? Hillbilly Tex is with us as well. Everybody checking in. All right. Get some of our other listening friends coming up here as we're talking about Wintry Precip. Yep, it's getting to be that time of year again. And based on what we saw out of Minnesota over the weekend, we may be seeing some of those scenarios unfold. All it takes is that first snow of the season, and I don't care if it's just a glaze or the first time the roads start to get icy. You may get a quarter to a half an inch, and it can cause pandemonium on the roadways. People forget how to drive in the wintry weather. At least 261 crashes reported in the span of 18 hours over the weekend in Minnesota. The Minnesota State Patrol reporting 26 people injured in those 261 crashes. that occurred from 5 o'clock Saturday afternoon to 11 p.m. on Sunday, December the 5th. According to the local ABC affiliate, this was the first significant snow of the season, resulting in an inch, see what I said, an inch of fresh snow across the Twin Cities and even further north. During the storm, troopers responded to as many as 115 vehicle spinouts, 4 jackknifed tractor trailers, in addition to the 261 crashes. No fatalities reported in any of the incidents. Yeah, everyone's a rookie on the first snow. People running stop signs, stop lights. You got people that are overcautious out there. According to one driver who braved the storm. Yeah, meanwhile, the weather Monday was sunny, albeit frigid in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area, but later today, there's a 50% chance of more snow for the state there. So like I said, all it takes is that first dusting to an inch and hundreds of crashes. And these are people that are weather hardy, the winter hardy folks there in Minnesota. Should be used to driving in that stuff. All right, it's 844-844-3388, underway on a Tuesday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. That is the number to call if you want to jump in, get first out of the box here on a Tuesday morning. Well, let's see. Who else checking in? Hello to Jesse, Morty, Mr. Steve. Jesse in Salt Lake City, Utah tonight. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Eagle Pass, Texas tonight. Then there's Buckeye Boy checking in from Irving, Texas, where it's 44 degrees there, hanging out at the hotel one more day until I pick up Wednesday. But everybody have a great night and be careful out there. Steve, boy, you'd take that 44 degrees that Buckeye Boy has, wouldn't you? Steve's got 14 degrees. It's the real deal, +1 in Napierville, Illinois. Wow. Hello to Miss Millie, Morning Steve and all. I didn't think we were allowed to say those 4-letter words on your program. Snow? I hate winter. Yeah, the older I get, Miss Millie, I'm with you. I remember the days as a youngster looking forward to the snow. Because you were looking forward to school days, right? Days off of school and getting out there with sledding down the hills, and you'd be out there in the cold. Your lips would be purple and your nose would be froze, and didn't want to come back in the house. Boy, it's a bitch getting old, ain't it? Hello to the Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. Shout out to Malibu Lauren. Yes, in regards to the snowy driving conditions, wintry driving conditions, Steve said, people don't know how to drive in general, let alone when you add in snow or rain these days. Which takes us to the Oregon Department of Transportation, warning drivers about an interstate closure in the eastern part of the state. I would assume this has been cleaned up by now, but maybe not. Yeah, they had a number of spun-out trucks. About the noon hour this past day, Oregon DOT closed I-84 west at LeGrand exit, that's 265, to all traffic, and in Ontario at exit 374 for trucks. Officials say the closure is due to the spun-out trucks blocking westbound lanes between the 252 and 53 mile markers. Now, Oregon DOT said the closure for trucks in Ontario is due to limited safe parking space for trucks between Ontario and the full closure point near LeGrand. Truck stops in Baker City and LeGrand reportedly full, and officials warn that trucks parking near the freeway and communities creates a safety hazard for all the travelers out there. Oregon 245 was also closed. It is not a viable detour route for freeway traffic, they said. The eastbound lanes of I-84 were still open at the time, but they did say that could change. Winter has arrived. Snow was falling, covering some routes. Oregon DOT crews had been running the plows since the beginning of the storm, according to the statement there from the Oregon DOT. I believe I had under our industry headlines one tidbit we did not get to last evening, and it's another state kind of alluding to the fact that we may not be able to get the roads cleared like we would in a normal year. That was from Montana, believe it or not. I mean, we continue to add on to the list of states. Montana DOT is facing significant staffing shortages in a number of areas across the state, and we're going to work proactively to clear the highways by shifting crews to the affected areas when possible, according to the maintenance administrator. Our snowplow operators' workday, day in and day out, including weekends and holidays, putting in 12-hour shifts and longer sometimes to do their best to keep the 25,000 lane miles of roads open for the traveling public. We are actively working to hire employees, and we've offered to train those with little or no experience and to assist select workers with obtaining a CDL once they're hired. We are also enlisting all current employees with a CDL to operate snowplows this winter. Yeah, we want the traveling public to understand why it could take longer this season to clear the highways during winter storms. Knowing this helps the motorists to plan ahead and adjust or even delay their travel plans. I mean, the statement, I believe, said that they are 50% shy of road clearing crews. I mean, like literally half the crews they would have in a given year. Here's the rest of the story. Warning drivers, snow removal operations will be dramatically impacted by staffing shortages. In the memo December 2nd, Montana DOT said they're they're approximately 50% short of seasonal snowplow operators that they need to fully staff in the maintenance sections across the state. Without additional staff this season, it may take much longer to clear Montana's roadways than what we've seen in recent years. I don't know what a good year of cleaning the roads in Montana is, but I mean, just incredibly, 50% short on the staff in the state of Montana. I know I've shared several other states that have already announced similar shortages of plow operators. It's just a crazy world we live in. All right, meanwhile, around the country, our number 844-844-3388. Who wants to jump on board here as we get things off and rolling? Get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Lots to cover as we, of course, closed out the weekend, got the new week underway. Toyota announcing this past day their plans to build a $1.3 billion electric vehicle battery plant near Greensboro, North Carolina. So I guess that's good news for jobs, and I would assume probably decent paying jobs there, right? In Greensboro. The facility will employ at least 1,750 people to help meet the auto giant's growing goals of electric vehicle sales this decade. More on that coming up again under industry headlines. All right, we'll get our news break in here around the country. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News. I'm Brad Bernards. The Justice Department has sued to block Texas' updated congressional and state house maps, Attorney General Merrick Garland said Monday, alleging that the districts redrawn after the 2020 census disenfranchised minorities in violation of the Voting Rights Act.
Texas has violated Section 2 by creating redistricting plans that deny or abridge the rights of Latino and Black voters to vote on account of their race, color, or membership in a language minority group.
Lawmakers will honor Bob Dole Thursday when he lies in state in the rotunda of the U.S. Capitol. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi called the former Senate Majority Leader an extraordinary patriot and noted his heroic service in World War II. Opening the Senate, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer praised Dole's character and described him as a great statesman. This is USA Radio News.
Attention seniors on Medicare and Medicaid or receiving extra help for your prescription drugs. We have great news. You can change or enroll into a Medicare plan every 3 months if you qualify, all from the comfort and safety of your own home, over the phone. No one even needs to come to your home. And in minutes, we'll tell you all about some additional new Medicare benefits for you, like dental, vision, hearing, transportation, and more. Call us. We'll explain all your new Medicare benefits. Premiums are as low as $0 per month. Even if you are not paying anything for your coverage now, you need to call our licensed agents to review your plan. There are zero-cost plans available in some areas. Don't wait till next year. Get all the Medicare benefits you deserve. Call a licensed agent today.
800-461-2114. 800-461-2114. That's 800-461-2114. Paid for by Senior Choice Plan.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, and lines available at 844-844-3388. First things first. Yeah, December the 7th. Now we're into December the 7th in the Eastern time zone. We'll be progressively working our way into the day from the East Coast to the West. Each year on December 7, Pearl Harbor survivors, veterans, and visitors from all over the world come together to honor and remember the 2,403 service members and civilians who were killed during the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, December 7 of 1941. Another 1,178 were injured in the attack, which permanently sank 2 U.S. Navy battleships, the USS Arizona and the USS Utah, destroyed 188 aircraft. August 23rd of 1994, Congress designated December 7 as National Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day. So every year, like today, remembrance events are held at the Pearl Harbor National Memorial, culminating in a commemoration ceremony on December the 7th. So some of those events have been going on. As I look at the official remembrance page, details about the 80th commemoration ceremony and other commemorative events will be provided on the official Pearl Harbor Events Facebook page, the website calendar. So, yeah, some of the press releases. Yeah, hard to imagine. 80 years. Wow. Here's the memo for them. Dateline Honolulu, Pearl Harbor National Memorial, Navy Region Hawaii, and Pacific Historic Parks announcing the theme for this year's National Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day commemoration: Valor, Sacrifice, and Peace, as this year marks the 80th commemoration of the attack on Pearl Harbor and the subsequent entry of the United States into World War II. The goal of today's commemoration and the supplemental events is to ensure that future generations understand the valor, the legacy of those who perished and those who fought throughout the war. The commemoration also highlights the importance of the peace that brought a reconciliation that continues to create a better future for all. All right, so they will have members of the public advised that plans for public access to the commemoration were still coming together. You know, they've got the whole, the COVID mandates and whatnot for masks and all those things that they try to break down. But yes, 80 years ago on this date. With that, it is 844-844-3388. And we get Always Moving out of the box first this morning. Hello, Always Moving.
Hello, Steve. Good morning.
Morning.
So I sent you an email before I left work.
Yes.
And I don't know if you had read it yet or not, but at the hospital where I work, we are being mandated for more training on equity, diversity, and inclusivity. And we have online training we have to do. It's 3 or 4 hours long, and then we have to go to a 3-hour in-session training where we learn to talk to each other and work in groups and so on and so forth. And I try to keep an open mind. So I'm going through the material, and I was very careful. I read every screen, everything twice, and some of it 3 and 4 times. And I did learn some things. I learned that equality is everything being equal, and that equity is providing the materials for everyone to achieve equality. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
So, okay, so that's what equity is. And I got very confused. The more I read, the more my brain was like, what? Huh? I was having a hard time with it, and I was really trying to keep an open mind, so some of the questions that I had, in this diverse training, it was talking about your unconscious and your conscious bias. Implicit and explicit, I think, is what they called it. One of them is that you can control, and the other one you can't control. It's just a part of you. It talked about the layers of the very core of you as your personality. Then the next ring are the things that you can't control, like your gender and sexual identity and your color of your skin, blah, blah, blah. And then outside of that, it was things like your religion, cultural things like that form your opinions. And then outside of that, it's your life experience and work experience. And also it's like this ring thing. And so going through that, what it was trying to tell me was, if you provide equal opportunities and equal settings to everyone, give them the equality. They should come out equal. Give them equity, and they should come out equal. And my brain is thinking, okay, so if I went to a tennis training camp and I had the same instructor that Venus and Serena Williams had, would I come out the same as them? I don't think so. I'm not constructed the same as they are.
Yeah.
I mean, there's physical differences in muscle mass and, things like that. I mean, some people, I'm going to tell you one of my weaknesses. I can do about anything in the world, but I absolutely cannot jump high. I can't jump forward very far, and I can't drive a nail straight to save my soul. Those are the three things, and I can't throw a ball very far. Those are four things in my life that I cannot do, and those are them. So if you put me in a basketball training thing, and you would not be able to make me jump high no matter what you tried. I would guarantee you of that. And I am 5'7". And I did gymnastics in junior high and high school, and swear to God, I'm not built like a 4-foot person with an itty bitty pixie body that can bounce around on a balance beam. That's not how I'm built. So no matter how much training I put into it, I couldn't do those things like the little tiny kids could.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm thinking, okay, I'm a little lost here where this equity is going to get me anywhere, on things like that. And wanting to make everything equal, I get it to a point, but we have competition in sports. We're always looking for the best player, the best team. You want the smartest person to do whatever. So, like I said, my brain was all over the place. And another part of it was it was talking quite a bit about, your biases. Now, you see somebody and you automatically form an opinion. Yeah, it's called first impression. Well, you're not supposed to do that, according to this training. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to meet everybody, get an open mind. Okay, hi, I voted for President Trump. You must be a racist white,
Yep.
Deplorable.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yes.
So the people that are telling me to be open and unbiased are the ones that are parading around telling me I'm a horrible person because I voted for a man I believed in his policies. Now, flip it around another way. President Trump said he wanted to get to know President Putin because he wanted to keep his enemies close. And that's the old saying, keep your, friends close and your enemies closer. And President Trump said, let's get to know these people. Let's, and that's what he tried to do with North Korean fella. And everybody, the other side criticized him for that. Well, isn't he trying to break down the bias? Isn't that what he was doing, was trying to not stereotype these people, be inclusive to all of that? And yet another portion said, no, you can't do that. And the other portion, you can't be friends with Putin. And there's a fellow in the White House right now that's going to meet with Putin or whatever.
Today.
And it's okay for him to do it, but it's not okay for President Trump to do it. And, I've been listening on the radio, very gloom and doom, everybody talking about Russia and Ukraine and Taiwan and China. Well, aren't you being biased when you assume that just because there's tanks massing on the border, aren't you being biased that something, that all of the Russians are bad and that they're going to do something? Isn't that, you're not keeping an open mind? And so, if I met a person and you're supposed to meet them, you're supposed to get to know them so that you find out what your common things are. Well, hi, I'm always moving. And the other person says, hi, I'm Joe. I'm a sex offender. I attack little children. And I'm supposed to go, well, hi, let me put my arms around you and let's sing Kumbaya. I don't think so. That's not going to happen to me. And as an employer, if you see somebody on a resume that has a history of convictions for armed robbery, Are you really going to hire them to work in your bank? No. So see where I got way confused reading this. Like, okay, we're not supposed to have prejudices or biases. We all have them, and it says there's some that you can't, help, and some that you can. But isn't that also called learned behavior? Am I not supposed to have stranger danger? Isn't that what we have been teaching children? If a stranger approaches you, run. Scream loud. Run the opposite direction. I was just all over the board with it. And so at the end of the thing, it said, here's some additional reading to do. And I looked through the list, and I saw this one book and this one book, and it jumped out at me because of the, what is being taught in school thing. And it was all the lies my teacher told me, the American history, and what was not told, something like that.
Yep.
And so I clicked around and I found the summary of it and I read it. And at first I'm going, okay, that could be that's telling the, no problems telling the truth. No problems at all. But at the end of this summary, it seems more like opinions than facts that this guy was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. This is what the parents are so upset about, because my daughter's 31. I don't have anybody in school. I don't know what they're learning. And so I'm like, oh, okay, now I get what they're talking about. So that's what I sent you, was that summary. But anyway, that's what I just wanted to throw out there tonight. Throw that out there, and people can chew on it and play with it tonight, play tug of war with it. But I just thought it was interesting. And
kind of sounds like your training, what you're going, what's your online course. And it sounds kind of like an adult version of critical race theory being taught in the elementary and middle schools and high schools.
You got it. You got it. And I was really trying to keep an open mind. Now, having said that, I work in a very diverse group. And my friend and I were at breakfast Sunday morning. We were talking about this. I said, I see people as good people and bad people. I couldn't care less about your color. I couldn't care less about your political or whatever. I see you as a good person and as a bad person. And so, I'm looking at this going, there are things I'm never going to let my guard down about bad people. And they're wanting me to say, it's okay. And here's another thought too. So you're supposed to all get in a group so that you can, make all these decisions and stuff. But a long time ago, like back when I was, quite young, I remembered a very important thing, that a marriage is never 50-50. It is a 51-49. And sometimes the roles change. Who's the 59? Who's the 51? Who's the 49? And it has to be like that because someone has to make a decision. You can't have it 50-50 unless you both agree on it. If you both disagree, somebody has to be a 49, somebody has to be a 51.
Yep.
And what I was picking up from this reading is, if you don't agree with this inclusivity, diversity training, you're the 49 and we're going to run over you because we're 51, we're right, you're wrong. And that's the part that bothers me. It's not that I'm wrong. It's that I'm entitled to have my own opinion. And it's the same thing with the shots for the vaccinations. It's not a right or wrong. It's a right. It's your opinion whether or not you want it. If you want to die with COVID, go ahead, knock yourself out. If you want to get a shot, get it. But don't tell me I'm wrong because I don't want it for my own personal reasons. So there you go. I'll be quiet now, but I just wanted to put that out there.
That is crystal clear. I thank you so much. I had your email here. I don't have to bother sharing your email because you just explained it. But yes, she also sent me a link to the summary of the book, The Lies My Teacher Told Me. Hold that thought. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, and our number is 844-844-3388. Yeah, she did say I guess there was several follow-up reading that they that were advising in this training to go through. Suggested reading material. I was curious about the title of the book, The Lies My Teacher Told Me. Everything your American history textbook got wrong. So she pulled up, I guess, what was it called? The Cliff Notes. When we were younger, when you didn't really want to read the whole book, the Scarlet Letter, you'd get the Cliff Notes. And you try to act like you had read the book, that kind of thing. One little idea, it's a pretty lengthy article. It's, again, the summary of this book, Lies My Teacher Told Me. History textbooks spend little to no time talking about American ideas, such as democracy, white supremacy, or socialism. Instead, they present history as a random collection of people and dates. For example, when dealing with John Brown and Abraham Lincoln, textbooks present them as, respectively, a religious fanatic and a pragmatic politician. Despite evidence that both Brown and Lincoln were two of America's greatest thinkers on race and equality. Similarly, textbooks refuse to have an honest discussion about class inequality in America. Instead, they peddle the myth that America is the land of opportunity where anyone can succeed with enough talent and drive. In perpetuating this illusion, textbooks encourage students to blame the poor for their own suffering, since surely in America only lazy people could be poor. Textbooks also omit an honest discussion of American government, despite the fact that during the 20th century, the federal government, number one, practiced an aggressive foreign policy that involved toppling democratically elected governments and replacing them with dictatorships, and number two, tried to destroy the civil rights movement. Textbooks suggest that the government is devoted to promoting peace, democracy, and equality. As a result of these omissions, today's students are shockingly ignorant of recent American history. When talking about the Vietnam War or the war in Iraq, students know little to nothing about the cause of these wars and seem not to recognize the possibility that the government may have become involved in both wars for immoral reasons. In the final chapters of the book, the author talks about the causes and effects of bad history textbooks. Now, he shows that most history textbooks, despite supposedly being authored by renowned historians, are in effect written by ghostwriters who have relatively little knowledge of history. Publishing houses and teachers have their own reasons for releasing and using poor textbooks. Doing so results in more revenue and fewer complaints from parents. Perhaps the most important reason why textbooks are so bad is that ordinary people are content to believe in a biased, ethnocentric view of history. After years of being conditioned to believe in history of this kind, most American students come to think of history as something beyond their control, something that just happens. Thanks to a few heroic figures, or maybe the actions of the benevolent government, students seem blissfully unaware of the massive problems facing their society. In particular, nuclear proliferation and climate change. Yeah, that's undoubtedly the adult version of critical race theory, and that's just a snippet of the entire breakdown. Lies my teacher told me. All right, with that, we're up to the top of the hour. We're going to talk a little bit about the Truckers Christmas group coming up here. Whoever we've got on the line, it says Bernard. We'll find out. Sure enough, right after this. First of all, the news update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Brad Bernards. The Justice Department is suing the state of Texas over its newly redistricted congressional and state legislature maps. Attorney General Merrick Garland announced Monday.
As the Supreme Court has observed, a core principle of our democracy is that, quote, voters should choose their representatives, not the other way around, close quote.
Garland said Texas violated the Voting Rights Act by drawing redistricting maps that disenfranchise African American and Latino voters. 3 more missionaries from the Ohio-based Christian Aid Ministries have been released by kidnappers in Haiti. The organization says those who returned are safe and in good spirits. The group won't give the names of the hostages or circumstances of the release. 2 hostages were released last month. There are still 12 people in captivity who were kidnapped by a gang in October. This is USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it time for open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For the typical family, switching to MediShare saves about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. And what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the customer satisfaction rate when compared to health insurance. Double. It really is remarkable. There's more than 400,000 members now who have shared more than $4 billion in medical bills, so they can handle your bills too. And here's the thing, if you join before December 15th, they'll waive your new member fee, so that's another $170 you'll save. I'll give you the number here in a second, but call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline, December 15th, so call now and you'll save even more. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE, 833-34-BIBLE.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki on Monday refused to commit to basic transparency about Hunter Biden's alleged divestment from an investment fund controlled by Chinese state-owned entities, or confirm that the First Son's infamous lost laptop is authentic when pressed by the New York Post.
The president's son is not an employee of the federal government, so I'd point you to his representatives. And as it relates to the book, I have neither had the time nor interest in exploring or reading the book. Go ahead, Tina.
First Son's attorney
Go ahead,
didn't
Tina.
give any
I think I answered your question.
Psaki swatted down a question about Post columnist Miranda Devine's new book, The Laptop from Hell, which was released last week. Former President Donald Trump has tapped Congressman Devin Nunes, Republican of California, to be CEO of his new media and tech company, Trump Media and Technology Group. Nunes will retire from Congress and start as CEO of TMTG in January. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Remain in Mexico policy has returned.
To slow down the amount of illegal immigrants coming across the U.S.-Mexico border, the Biden administration has reinstated the Remain in Mexico policy, which makes illegals await decisions on their immigration cases in Mexico. Lieutenant Chris Oliveras with the Texas Department of Public Safety joins Fox News and says the Biden administration should have acted sooner.
This is something that should have been done at the beginning of the year, but we're almost a year into this border crisis, and there has been no action taken upon the federal government to try to curb or deter or stop this border crisis.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Gas prices across the country have fallen since last week amid fears of an Omicron variant-led economic slowdown. The national average price of regular gas per gallon dipped 4 cents this week to $3.35. Indiana saw the largest price drop at 21 cents to an average of $3.19.2 per gallon. Prices are expected to further decline even more this winter as fewer drivers are expected on the roads. The price of gas is still $1.21 more compared to the same time last year. The opening price on Monday of West Texas Intermediate crude was $68.18 per barrel, $4 down from last Monday, with Brent crude oil at $71.82 per barrel, nearly $5 below prices last week. For USA Radio News, I'm Brad Bernards.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Hour number 2 off and rolling. And yes, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Coming up just ahead, we'll get our final NTPA report, National Tractor Pull Association report for the season. It's all wrapped up. So yeah, got that coming up just ahead here. First, though, let's get back to the calls, and I don't know the name. It says Bernard. Who we got on the line?
This is Bernard, the head elf. Good morning, Steve.
Well, good morning, Bernard. So the screener got it correct. I'm surprised. So we're here to talk about the Truckers Christmas Group. Give us the full report. What's going on?
Well, we're taking nominations right now until December 13th for trucking families that are having a hard time seeing how they're going to have Christmas this year.
So for those who I was going to say, for those who aren't familiar, take us back in time a little bit when you got this all started and who may qualify. I know this is about for drivers who've been impacted by, is it for health reasons or whatever reason? Just tell us a little bit about the Truckers Christmas Group first.
Sure. Over the last 13 seasons, we've helped 217 trucking families with over $127,000. And, these are a lot of times people with health problems, cancer. It's taking them off the road, and, they aren't getting any income while they're off the road. And a lot of them are struggling, just to keep their house and their cars. And some of them are selling those off to get by. And, they just don't see how they're going to be able to have Christmas. So, qualifications would be anybody can nominate a trucking family that they think is having a hard time. You have to, the trucking family will have to present their CDL to prove that they're a truck driver. We only help trucking families.
Mm-hmm.
In the case of that somebody has passed away, they can usually provide some kind of proof that he or she was a truck driver, and so we help those families out too.
And how do we go about, first of all, maybe finding the nomination form? And obviously you operate on donations. And so you're a one of those, 501c3 charitable group, correct?
Yes, we are a 501c3, and we have a website. tcgo.org is the easiest one, but Truckers Christmas Group might be easier to remember. truckerschristmasgroup.org will also get you to our website.
So
and
pull up
we
the
have
website.
an online store there.
Okay.
We've got some neat things in there this year. We've got one of the trucking musicians, Jeremiah Craig. He dabbles in cowboy boots, and he got together with Luchis and Heritage Boots. I'm probably not pronouncing the Luchis right, but he got a pair of boots valued at $1,500. They're ostrich boots, and we're having a raffle for those. And then the Heritage Boots are handmade boots, and I think they're worth like $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
So real nice boots, and we've got a raffle going for those. We've got a raffle going for $500 worth of Road Pro products. Your lunchbox stove and flashlights and keys and things like that. We've got Air Dog Fuel air separation system. And we've got, for you flatbedders, we've got a RSHB winder to wind your straps up, and you hook a battery-powered electric drill up to this thing, and it rolls your straps up in no time.
So, but these various raffles and whatnot, these are always you're raising funds, and obviously, if people just wanted to make a one-off donation, I see via the website there you've got a link where you can donate, kind of like a GoFundMe kind of thing if you just wanted to make a donation. But you've got all kinds of stuff. I'm looking here at your website, all kind of goodies for sale. If you want to purchase, you've got a whole laundry list. I'm looking, your list of sponsors has grown pretty exponentially over the years.
Hey, it has. We need to get Hot Shot Secret on there. I haven't got a hold of Chris yet.
I bet you they'd be willing to participate. I guarantee you they'd be willing to participate in some form or fashion. So, yeah, get a hold of Chris, or you can get a hold of Chad Highland, C. Highland at lubricationspecialties.com.
Okay. Well, I will endeavor to get a hold of them. But, you can go to our website, We've got a page there where you can donate. We've got the store you can buy products, and most of these products are stuff that people have donated. The sponsors have donated to the store.
Sure.
So
folks have about just under a week left to get families that may be struggling this year nominations. I see there's the Nominate a Trucking Family form where they can click right there and fill out the form. It's got all the rules of eligibility. So you guys, you probably get more nominees than you can actually help out because you have limited resources. But
yeah, right now the ratio is sitting at about 20 families that we might be able to help. And we have 28 applications or so.
Okay, nominees and whatnot. Okay.
Yeah. So we aren't going to be able to help them all, but we'll make our best effort.
Well, I know you guys, like you said, you've been checking in. Who was it? Wasn't it Captain Kirk that used to call in and he would share about that? Is he still involved or no?
He is. He's gotten a little busier. He's got a radio show over on TNC. So, and he's still trucking. So, you know how that's a lot of hours of work right there.
Sure. Yeah. There's only so many hours in the day. Yep. Absolutely. Well, Bernard, I appreciate you dialing us up to let us know. It's truckerschristmasgroup.org, or you could, what did you say? You can abbreviate that? Tell me the abbreviation again.
TCGO.
TCGO.org. O-R-G. .org.
Yep.
Very good.
Yep.
All right. Well, hey, it's great to hear from you. Aside from that, how's your life going? You out there driving truck for a living as well, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah, we had the fun in New York City this morning, so we got that over with, though. So now we're headed out to, I think the wife said we were approaching Indiana.
All right. Well, be safe out there. Thank you so much for checking in. Say hello to Captain Kirk next time you come by him. And truckerschristmasgroup.org. That's the website. Check it out. Yeah, I pulled up the website. You can go to the Christmas store. I clicked on shop, and I'm just looking here. You got the 50-50 raffle. Raffle tickets, $5, 3 for 10, 10 for 20, or 30 for $50. It's kind of like a split the pot kind of thing. They're right there, number 2 on the list. The boots he was just talking about, the Jeremiah Craig and Truckers Christmas Charity Boot Raffle. Tickets are $10 for 1, 3 for 20, 7 for 40, or 25 for $100. Boots valued at, like you said, the ostrich boots valued at like $1,500. And on it goes. All kind of stuff you can check out there. The new Road King hands-free CB radio. Some Purelator Fleet models they're raffling off there. Oil purification systems, starter set, the install kit, and the filters. And so there, truckerschristmasgroup.org, doing things, good things for the trucking community. Always good to hear from you guys. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Got an email from, Brad from Columbus, Ohio. Checking in this morning. He said, I got my code as a first-time caller. Thank you so much to Chris there at Hot Shot Secret. Yeah, you're very welcome. Brad was on with us there. He dialed us up Friday morning as a first-time caller. With that, we'll get a quick 2-minute timeout and return with more of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Again, meanwhile, it's 844-3388. And back to your calls. Hey, good morning, Vic. What's happening?
Oh, not a lot of anything and a lot of everything, I guess I should say. But anyway, I heard you discussing this critical race theory and history, and that's really what I wanted to call up about. But listening to the guy there with the trucker charity, I didn't realize how much rates had went up. I guess some people are making quite a bit of money. Some of these brokers, some of these loads, according to some of the people I watched on YouTube, there's some truckers out there that are doing their YouTube thing. And I guess rates have went up to $4 or $5 a mile for the independent. And I was just thinking about how much better life seems to have been for some of the people, and in trucking.
Mm-hmm.
And my son-in-law, that he operates a drugstore. He said the big problem that people are having now, the reason a lot of the shelves aren't stocked, is route drivers. Route drivers, whatever you want to call them, the delivery people to the stores. They're going back over the road because the pay is that much better in benefits. And I said, well, that's kind of surprising because I know a lot of them that went off the road and decided to, make the deliveries because of the conditions out there. So I'm not exactly sure what the whole status of the trucking industry is right now, but right at this time, it seems to be doing a lot better for people, which I'm glad of that, or glad for them. But back to what I really called up about was this critical race theory, and people running around worrying about what's happening, centuries ago, basically, and the skewed view that they have on it. I wonder if any of those people know that in Africa right now, Ghana, which is over on the east coast of Africa, they are having a yellow fever epidemic. Also in that area, Uganda and the Democratic Republic of Congo are having a military action to clean out the ADF rebels, which is part of the Muslim ISIS group. they keep saying ISIS. It's really just Islamic State, I guess. But anyway, and those people, the ISIS terrorists, they have been sabotaging the oil supplies that's in like Nigeria, and therefore depriving them of income and also affecting the oil supply. So I don't know about you, Steve, but I think if I was worried about my native people, which would have been Germany, I think I'd be more worried about what was going on today than what happened centuries ago. Because I can't do anything about what happened centuries ago, but I could affect what's happening today. And one of the things that happens that affects what happens today or in the future is if you really understand history. And what I guess was always moving or something, you'd had to take a behavioral change course or to try to get her to change the way she operates or whatever. I mean, basically, it's just a propaganda. Re-education is what the communists used to call it. That's what I was trying to think of. My Vietnam Air Force buddy there spent 10 years in one of those re-education camps over there. But you know, that the thing that really got me going was what we have done after the end of World War II, and they mentioned democratic elected governments. Well, first and foremost, when they formed the United Nations, the original charter said that all the countries would have to be democracies or democratically elected representative government. Stalin got that thing changed to where it said people will have people can have the government that they choose. Well, needless to say, the communists moved in and affected all the elections in Eastern Europe and Eastern Germany, and wound up installing communist governments. So technically, they were. I guess to some people's idea, they were democratically elected because the UN said that they would get that the people in various countries would get to choose their government. Of course, when the communists moved in, they made sure that the people chose communism as their form of government.
Sure.
And that's what launched the Cold War. We had the weapon, the atomic weapon, and I'm not criticizing Jews or anything of that nature, but quite frankly, it was a Jewish scientist that gave Russia the secrets to build the atom bomb. And that changed the nature of things. And we ensued in almost a 50-year technically a Cold War. It was basically a war that was fought with a lot of proxies in a lot of different countries. And some of those were people, I guess you could say, of color, and some weren't. But those countries that had chosen democracy and for people to be freely represented, they were under constant attack. I don't want to make like a military attack, and I'm searching for my word here, but basically communist subversion. They were under permanent communist subversion to do away with freely elected people. So whenever they're talking about, the big bad, evil United States, well, in the United States, not every place was a slave state. And when they formed the government, they said states could choose. And a lot of the free states, a lot of people chose freedom. The Northwest Territory, Thomas Jefferson said slavery wouldn't be allowed there. And that's where Indiana and Ohio, Illinois. Anyway, the Northwest Territories were always free. I don't know if they're really teaching that. But the slave states, their source of slaves came from what was known as the African warrior queens. And the African warrior queen sold a lot of people into slavery and had a rather brisk slave trade. And for what it's worth, Kamala Harris's grandfather was an active slave trader in Jamaica. That just kind of as an aside there. So when they say they're going to teach history. You know, teach about the Boer War. You know, we're seeing the formation of South Africa, and it was actually and had very little to do with the color of people. It had to do with the color of a yellow metal known as gold. In a Transvaal region. And I could go on and on and on about this all night long, but I won't make you lose your crowd and you lose your listeners. But when I see people say, we're going to teach history, no, you're not. You're going to propagandize. Because the minute you come across something that your race or your people, like I said, I have a lot of German ancestry. As a matter of fact, there's a town in Germany even named after my family. But am I going to say, oh, Hitler was a great guy? No, he was a horrible person. You know, and to this day, I don't understand why anybody would, run around trying to keep his history alive or his method or anything else. And I think I told you one time about the 25 points of National Socialism that Hitler advanced. Compare that with today's thought. You'll be amazed how similar they are.
Yep.
And I don't like today's socialists. So anyway, before I kind of get way off here on a lot of tangents, the simple fact of the matter is they want this critical race theory taught, and they want no discussion. I don't care what you're trying to teach people. If you can't discuss it openly, you're not teaching anything. You're indoctrinating and propagandizing. And I'll just let you go with that, Steve.
And that's a good explanation, Vic, as always. I appreciate so greatly your historical knowledge, your knowledge of history. All right, with that, hey, let's get our news break in here. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Brad Bernards. The Justice Department is suing the state of Texas over its newly redistricted congressional and state legislature maps. Attorney General Merrick Garland announced Monday.
As the Supreme Court has observed, a core principle of our democracy is that, quote, voters should choose their representatives, not the other way around, close quote.
Garland said Texas violated the Voting Rights Act by drawing redistricting maps that disenfranchise African American and Latino voters. 3 more missionaries from the Ohio-based Christian Aid Ministries have been released by kidnappers in Haiti. The organization says those who returned are safe and in good spirits. The group won't give the names of the hostages or circumstances of the release. 2 hostages were released last month. There are still 12 people in captivity who were kidnapped by a gang in October. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com. Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Manufacturer of the Year is a well-kept secret. The Hall of Fame adds 3 familiar names, and the pulling world coalesces for one last salute to the comeback year of 2021. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The NTPA held its 50th Awards Banquet in Dublin, Ohio's Marriott Columbus Northwest on Saturday, December 4th. Ahead of the glitz and glamour of the ceremony itself came the association's convention weekend, which afforded a final opportunity for the people who make truck and tractor pulling happen to enjoy each other's company until the 2022 regular season commences, or until late January, when the newest NTPA member state, the Mid-Florida Tractor Pullers Association, hosts its traditional Ocala, Florida event now under the association banner. 4 classes will invade the Southeast Livestock Pavilion at the Marion County Fairgrounds on Friday and Saturday, January 28th and 29th. Check out midfltractorpullers.com for more information. And it's not too early to think spring, and in particular, NTPA Shipshewana Spring Nationals, coming March 18th and 19th to the Michiana Event Center in Shipshewana, Indiana. Details are up at ntpapull.com. But first, the best of 2021 and of the sport's half-century history took center stage as the NTPA recognized its grand and regional national champions and top finishers, with thanks to circuit and award sponsors Case IH Agriculture, the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals in Toma, Wisconsin, and Enderley Fuel Injection of Simi Valley, California. Ellsworth, Wisconsin's Showdown in Kurdtown, Rockwell, Iowa's North Iowa Nationals, and Bowling Green, Ohio's National Tractor Pulling Championships were awarded the regional, grand, and super national pulls of the year. The hooker of the year was the Darien Deer of Reedstown, Wisconsin's Lear family, who hauled the Big 60-30 all over the country in pursuit of 3 limited pro stock championships. Bauerbilt of Peyton, Iowa, and its ultra-reliable Ironman weight transfers were voted sled of the year. Colin Ross and his triple bypass, 3-time champions in the diesel-only superstock division, pushed the alcohol-fueled mainstays hard in claiming second in the points in the open division, of which he was named Puller of the Year. The Richardson family, including Unlimited Puller Dave and many competitors Chase Richardson and C.J. Grashik, was named the Family of the Year. Tim Fortin of Michigan was named Tech Official of the Year for his great work in ensuring safe and fair contests in the Wolverine State. The Crew Chief of the Year was Tanya Foster, the wife and mom of past and new four-wheel drive champs Rob and Carmen Foster. Our friends at Hot Shot Secret were named Manufacturer of the Year in appreciation of their support of our sport and its competitors. Mechanic of the Year went to Kent Payne, second in the Superstock Diesel division, and a primary wrench behind championships earned by Ryan Anderson in Super Farm and Brian Ellithorpe in Super Semi. Pastor Larry Rojo Chapman and the Petro family were bestowed the Shell Rotella Larry Kester Humanitarian and Sinpico Lubricants Fan Cheer of the Year awards. And Christy Seacrest of Salina, Ohio, and the Nothing Easy About It two-wheel drive team was chosen as the GN Rookie of the Year. The Commitment to Excellence and Dedication Awards went to the promoters of the Henry County Fair Pole in Napoleon, Ohio, and the Preble County Fair Randy Petro Memorial Pole in Eaton, Ohio. The Kent Enderley NTPA Hard Charger Award and its $5,000 prize were earned by light superstock co-champions Jason Hootman and Rex Kuhn. And the NTPA concluded its evening with the ceremonial induction of 2020 Hall of Famer and 5-time Grand National Champion Randy Petro and 2021 Hall of Famers Chris Gilbert, Committee Chairman of the Lions Super Bowl of the South in Chapel Hill, Tennessee, and 10-time Grand National Champion Bill Horace of Argus, Indiana. The entire award ceremony may be viewed on demand for free at ntpa.tv, courtesy of Kentucky Trailer. And on behalf of the staff, administration, and membership of the NTPA, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you and your loved ones. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yes, indeed. Well, portion snow could dust parts of the Midwest and the East through midweek. Actually, a pair of weather systems will be impacting those regions. Yeah, it looks like the first system brought some snow and strong winds to portions of the northern plains and the upper Midwest over the weekend. Actually had over a foot of snow from that system in Minnesota's Arrowhead region. Yeah, other parts of northern Minnesota and eastern North Dakota saw over a half a foot of snowfall. Yeah, snow from that system winding down in most areas this past day. The exception would be the Great Lakes, where some lake-effect snow continues behind that system in parts of Michigan, northern Wisconsin. Snow could spread to the southeast and east of Lake Erie in Ontario tonight, in western New York, northwestern PA, and northeastern Ohio. Strong, gusty winds will impact much of the Midwest and the Great Lakes. Then we turn our attention to the second potential snowmaker in the Midwest later today and Tuesday night, and then the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast for Wednesday. For now, this system appears to be rather starved for moisture. It should have minimal impacts. Now, that said, there's still some uncertainty in the forecast, so the details could change. Have to stay informed with the latest updates. Snow showers could sweep through the upper Midwest on Tuesday, then the Ohio Valley and central Appalachians on Tuesday night. Parts of the Great Lakes could also see some bands of snow. Yeah, bands of light snow could spread through parts of the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast by midweek Wednesday. That would include parts of the I-95 corridor from northern Virginia on up into New England. Snow accumulation, if any, from this system should be light in most areas, given the lack of moisture. Some minor accumulation, particularly on the grassy and elevated surfaces along the I-95 corridor of the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic come Wednesday. We're talking accumulations less than an inch in most areas, including Washington, D.C., up into New York City. Totals of maybe an inch or two could occur in some areas if the system gathers a bit more moisture or strengthens a bit more than currently forecast. Mother Nature tends to do those kind of things. Hello to Lori Glory checking in. Hello to Steve and everybody out there. Burr in Buffalo, 33 degrees. Hey, you're warmer there than we are here. It's 30 outside the Hotshot secret bunker. Let's head on out to the calls once again. Eagle, what's happening tonight?
Yeah, I'm still out here working, still driving. Well, I'm not driving now, but I'm in the truck stop. But, yeah, it's not too bad where I'm at right now in Louisiana. It's still pretty warm, about 60 degrees, so it's better than being in Buffalo.
Thank you.
Weather-wise, better than being there, but I don't go up north that much no way, so I don't have to worry about that type of stuff. But, yeah, Steve, I want to focus on what I talked to you about last night at the end on this new variant, this virus that's going on now. Yeah, I understand now that New York, I don't know if you went over this yet, New York State or is it New York City have come up with new regulations for this COVID-19 deal. Now they're trying to say, I think somebody else talked to you about this last night. They're trying to say that you have to be fully vaccinated to go into a restaurant or establishments in New York City and other places. You have to prove vaccination. Yeah, they taking people's rights away. Just like a guy said the other day, I think it was, wasn't it Oregon, Steve, that said that it's going to be mandatory. They made a rule, mandatory to be vaccinated to go into certain places, and they said that it could be taken away if they don't have as many problems with the virus as they thought. But a lot of people, like you said, they tell you those things, but they can't just erase that stuff off of the book. So these people, they better be real careful what they allow to be mandated on them, because it might not go away. But here's the deal, Steve. Just like I told you last night, this new variant of this virus, it's already, from what I've seen, unless they're not giving out the correct numbers and stats on the death rate of this virus out of South Africa, so they say, it doesn't look like it's powerful as the first wave that we had in the world or the U.S. where it was killing people. This thing is highly contagious, so they say. It spreads, but they still haven't proven that, like I say, the death rate. That's what people need to be focused on. I'm not worried about no so-called contagion rate where somebody might turn positive and then a week later he's negative again. Those numbers don't even count to me. And that's why they're trying to scare people, Steve. They're trying to tell you that all these people are starting to turn up positive. I understand that some of these places are going to complete lockdowns in certain countries around the world. It makes no sense. And if Joe Biden, like I said, they've already ruined the U.S. economy one time before with this nonsense. And if they listen to that loser, Dr. Fauci, and decide to shut the U.S. down again, be the worst mistake that Joe Biden ever made in his miserable life, because he's already walking on a tightrope as it is right now with the American people in popularity. And if he shuts the U.S. economy down, that'll be the end of Joe Biden as far as I'm concerned, because people will definitely, the few people that support that loser would definitely jump off the bandwagon. So if he makes that move, he'll regret it, because, like I say, the Vice President Kamala, she's a total joke, Steve. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing what she's doing right now. Even her own people, Steve.
Yeah.
I've talked to you about her so many times. People are jumping off of her bandwagon. Nobody likes her. She has a bad, real nasty attitude. And like I've heard other people say, if you think Joe Biden is the bottom of the barrel, You haven't seen nothing yet. If there was ever a day that Kamala stepped into the White House as the president, that would be the worst, and I do mean worst mistake that the United States has ever made. To put her in office. Like I said before, nobody wants to work with this woman. She was the first, even the other, and that's bad when Steve, when I say this, when other Democrats, and like I say, Democrat is the lowest as you can go in politics. When you got other Democrats that don't even like you, that tells you all you need to know about her. When a Democrat doesn't even want to have nothing to do with you. And that's how bad it's done gotten with her. So it's like I said, she hasn't done absolutely nothing. I told you this a couple of weeks ago, your callers, I dare anybody, and I know you got some Democrat people that support Kamala. I want you to call in tonight and name me some accomplishments she has done, because it's been almost a year now since they took the White House. I want somebody to call in tonight and name me just one. I'm not asking for a lot of things. Name me one accomplishment that she has done in the months that she's been in the White House, because I can't think of none. I can't think of nothing positive that she has done for the United States of America. All she's done is made free money for the whole year. And like I said, I live down here in Texas, and the border is wide open. Luckily, we got a strong governor, like I told you before, Steve, that's not going to put up with this nonsense. And luckily, Mexico, and I don't know who reached this agreement, that these people will have to stay in Mexico, that Joe Biden decided with his stupidity to do away with when he got in the White House, to stay in Mexico rule, that's back in effect, to where these people have to stay in Mexico until they can reach an file an asylum agreement. And that's exactly what they should have done. Even Joe Biden, as dumb as he is, was smart enough to figure that out, because that's the only way to stop these caravans from coming to the United States border. Because I promise you, Kamala, she's not going to do nothing to stop it, because they want these individuals in the USA. And like we've gone over before, Steve, with they so concerned about these different viruses and variants coming into the USA, why do they continue to allow illegals into the country that are unvaccinated? And that's all you need to know about Joe Biden and his administration, on how he really thinks about the COVID invasion in his country is he's not even trying to vaccinate illegal individuals. And that's all you need to know about that guy and his ability to handle this crisis. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle. Have a good morning. Hello to Rob. Check it in. Morning, Steve. Heading out the door now. 4 degrees here in Fox Lake, Wisconsin. That's middle of winter kind of stuff. Yes, Eagle is correct. Yes, New York City officials announcing on Monday a first in the nation citywide vaccine mandate for private sector employees. Again, Monday, Mayor de Blasio announcing a new vaccine requirement for all private sector workers that will go into effect 20 days from now, December the 27th. Amid growing concerns about the spread of the Omicron variant. 8 cases found in New York State over the weekend. I believe the number of states is now up to 17 states that it's been found in. In other words, it has been widely circulating around the country. It's probably everywhere at this moment for that matter. But per the new mandate, workers will be required to show proof of 2 vaccine doses, with the exception of those who received the single Johnson & Johnson vaccine. De Blasio says this will impact approximately 184,000 businesses. They said they'll release more information on additional enforcement and reasonable accommodation guidance on December the 15th. But there is currently no exemption from vaccine requirements for the trucking industry. New York City will not give a single inch in this fight against COVID. Vaccination is the way out of this pandemic, he says. These are bold, first-in-the-nation measures to encourage New Yorkers to keep themselves and their communities safe, says de Blasio. On and on he goes. New York City will also require proof of full vaccination for customers at indoor dining, fitness, entertainment, performance venues. You're thinking, well, I thought they had that in place already. Apparently, previously, customers were only required to show proof of a single shot. If you're taking the Pfizer or the Moderna, if you'd had your first dose, you'd be allowed to go in and dine or whatever, or go to the theater. Nope, now you've got to show proof of both jabs. Well, which immediately drew a response from former U.S. Marine and Representative Michael Grimm, who says de Blasio's mandate is horrific, a move that will likely cripple small businesses if implemented. It's horrific, he says. When you just look at the business community, they were decimated by the COVID. Those that barely hung on, this could be the final nail in the coffin for them because they have to have this robust season. Christmas is the time that the hospitality season, restaurants really make their money. If you're going to start mandating 5, 6, 7-year-olds have their shot, a lot of parents are not comfortable with this. This cripples our small businesses, and the Big Apple's already hurting from 8 years of de Blasio's bad policies. So, of course, they go into the announcement, which I just shared with you. De Blasio is urging mayors and governors and CEOs all around the country to follow his suit, follow his steps, mandates. He says, quote, the more universal they are, the more likely employees will say, well, okay, it's time, I'm going to do this. Because you can't jump from one industry to another or one company to another. It's something that has to be universal to protect all of us, he says. Again, it goes in effect in 20 days. Some elected officials trashing the mandate. One representative of New York says de Blasio can't leave fast enough. He's crushed small business. He's crushed the economy, the quality of life. How many more New Yorkers does he want to see move to the free state of Florida? Then you had Representative Lee Zeldin of New York, Long Island, said, I'm hopeful the incoming mayor will roll back these arbitrary mandates. Lee Zeldin is running for governor, as a matter of fact. But so Blasio's leaving. He could care less about anything for the most part right now. But back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the
engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, as we roll toward top of the hour news update, I have a question. Let me ask you a question. Are we ever going to be through with lawsuits, challenges to the hours of service regulations? I begin to feel like we're never going to get there. Because a lawsuit challenging the Fmcsas changes to the hours of service specifically targets provisions involving short-haul operations and, remember, the 30-minute break requirement. The International Brotherhood of Teamsters and several safety groups filed their petitioner's brief with the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit Friday, December the 3rd. The groups said the rule changes weakened the hours of service regulations and will negatively affect highway safety. The safety groups involved are your typical sources: advocates for highway and auto safety, citizens for reliable and safe highways, or CRASH for short, parents against tired truckers. The final rule, they say, fails to demonstrate that the agency considered all relevant factors and engaged in reasoned decision-making. Accordingly, the final rule is arbitrary and capricious, and the court should set aside those provisions as on short-haul drivers and the 30-minute break requirement. The Fmcsa's hours of service rule changes, these are the ones that went into effect in September of 2020. There were 4 changes, essentially, major changes to the hours of service. To refresh your memory, the on-duty limits for short-haul operations increased from 12 to 14 hours and went from 100 air miles to 150. The adverse driving provision extended the driving window 2 hours if the driver encounters adverse driving conditions. Now, in the final rule, the definition of adverse driving was modified, so the exception may be applied based on the driver's and the dispatcher's knowledge of the conditions after being dispatched. Then we had the addition of the split. You had the 10 and 0, the 8 and 2, and they allowed now the split sleeper operation of 7 and 3. Also, the qualifying period does not count against the 14-hour window. Lastly, you had the 30-minute break provision was modified to require the break after 8 hours of driving time rather than on-duty time. And it allows an on-duty not driving period to qualify as said required break. This move toward the rule changes, it took them like 2 years. They had issued the advance notice of proposed rulemaking in August of 2018. They held several listening sessions. They received more than 8,000 comments from the public before they released that final rule. It seems like it just never ends. Always a challenge to the hours of service regulations. All right, get back to your calls coming up here. Chevy Guy coming up out of the break, after which we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Brad Bernards. The Justice Department is suing the state of Texas over its newly redistricted congressional and state legislature maps. Attorney General Merrick Garland announced Monday.
As the Supreme Court has observed, a core principle of our democracy is that, quote, voters should choose their representatives, not the other way around, close quote.
Garland said Texas violated the Voting Rights Act by drawing redistricting maps that disenfranchise African American and Latino voters. 3 more missionaries from the Ohio-based Christian Aid Ministries have been released by kidnappers in Haiti. The organization says those who returned are safe and in good spirits. The group won't give the names of the hostages or circumstances of the release. 2 hostages were released last month. There are still 12 people in captivity who were kidnapped by a gang in October. This is USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it time for open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For the typical family, switching to MediShare saves about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. And what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the customer satisfaction rate when compared to health insurance. Double. It really is remarkable. There's more than 400,000 members now who have shared more than $4 billion in medical bills, so they can handle your bills too. And here's the thing, if you join before December 15th, they'll waive your new member fee, so that's another $170 you'll save. I'll give you the number here in a second, but call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline, December 15th, so call now and you'll save even more. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE, 833-34-BIBLE.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki on Monday refused to commit to basic transparency about Hunter Biden's alleged divestment from an investment fund controlled by Chinese state-owned entities, or confirm that the first son's infamous lost laptop is authentic when pressed by the New York Post.
The president's son is not an employee of the federal government, so I'd point you to his representatives. And as it relates to the book, I have neither had the time nor interest in exploring or reading the book. Go ahead, Tina. Go ahead, Tina. I think I answered your question.
Psaki swatted down a question about Post columnist Miranda Devine's new book, The Laptop from Hell, which was released last week. Former President Donald Trump has tapped Congressman Devin Nunes, Republican of California, to be CEO of his new media and tech company, Trump Media and Technology Group. Nunes will retire from Congress and start as CEO of TMTG in January. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Remain in Mexico policy has returned.
To slow down the amount of illegal immigrants coming across the U.S.-Mexico border, the Biden administration has reinstated the Remain in Mexico policy, which makes illegals await decisions on their immigration cases in Mexico. Lieutenant Chris Olivares with the Texas Department of Public Safety joins Fox News and says the Biden administration should have acted sooner.
This is something that should have been done at the beginning of the year, but we're almost a year into this border crisis, and there has been no action taken upon the federal government to try to curb or deter or stop this border crisis.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Gas prices across the country have fallen since last week amid fears of an Omicron variant-led economic slowdown. The national average price of regular gas per gallon dipped 4 cents this week to $3.35. Indiana saw the largest price drop at 21 cents to an average of $3.19.2 per gallon. Prices are expected to further decline even more this winter as fewer drivers are expected on the roads. The price of gas is still $1.21 more compared to the same time last year. The opening price on Monday of West Texas Intermediate crude was $68.18 per barrel, $4 down from last Monday, with Brent crude oil at $71.82 per barrel, nearly $5 below prices last week. For USA Radio News, I'm Brad Bernards.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, we're back another hour off and rolling here on a Tuesday. Good to have you aboard. Another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios here. Let me see here. It is 844-844-3388. I mentioned the announcement from Toyota this past day, Greensboro, North Carolina. Company leaders joined Governor Cooper and other elected and economic development officials unveiling the project on hundreds of acres at the Greensboro Randolph mega site in Liberty, about 70 miles west of Raleigh. Now it says initially Toyota will or could receive well over $430 million in cash incentives, tax breaks, and infrastructure upgrades from the state of North Carolina and local governments if it meets the job creation and investment goals. The Japanese automaker said the plant would start making batteries in the year 2025. So this is they say, a massive accomplishment for the Greensboro area economy, which is still looking for a replacement job after the region's generations-old textile industry shriveled in the 90s and early 2000s. Local leaders had been working for several years to land such a big company at the location there. North Carolina lost out to Alabama for a joint Toyota-Mazda manufacturing plant about 4 years ago. Governor Cooper says, well, good things come to those who wait. Saying the production will help North Carolina meet the goal as a clean energy leader in the country. We hope in the future everything that goes around the battery will be part of this as well. So this is part of a $3.4 billion that Toyota plans to spend in the U.S. on automotive batteries during the next decade. Did not detail where the other $2.1 billion is going to be spent, but part of that likely would go for probably another battery factory. So Toyota will form a new company to run the new plant. Let's see, a subsidiary that now makes an array of parts for the automaker. The company also will help Toyota expand its U.S. supply chain, as well as increase its knowledge of lithium-ion auto batteries. Now, this location near Greensboro is relatively close to many of Toyota's existing auto assembly plants in Missouri, Kentucky, Indiana, Alabama, Texas. The company has yet to announce where they'll build fully electric vehicles for sale in the U.S. But some investments coming in there, right? And with that, back to the calls we go here on a Tuesday morning. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. If you're just getting back out on the road for the first time tonight, hello, Chevy Guy.
Well, good morning. My gosh, the information today has just been wonderful. Real quick, Biden's cheapening or trying to get the price down on medications. Let me tell you, if it's expensive, it doesn't make any sense to me that the the amount of materials to make a pill and how it can cost so much. A shot my wife takes is $600 a shot. That's one a day. It's amazing to me. So yeah, and by the way, most of that stuff is coming from China. Hopefully this, we're hearing the Pfizer, we're hearing all these people are making the jabs. I hope they're doing also expanding and making the ibuprofen and other medications that we found out under Donald J. Trump that we were totally, we didn't have it here. I mean, everything we got from China. So, and it's just like, last night that Australian guy called back the second time. I thank you, because it cost him money to do that. But I think he missed my point. I understood his point. I understand our agreements and all that. But I'm telling him, we got Joe Biden. That's all I'm saying, buddy. We've got Joe Biden now. It's like we're talking two different things. We know what our military is supposed to do, but then we got Joe Biden. And is he willing to go to war with China, and China letting out all, publishing all the filth they know about him and his family? And, or will he do his best to keep the peace with China, which he right up to delivering Taiwan into their hands? This chip thing, I still don't understand any more about the chip. It hasn't lit up that I understand. The civilian cars, military vehicles. I mean, all I got to say is we got Joe Biden, and if you're depending on us to be there, just remember, people falling off the wings of our airliners. It's just because we have Joe Biden. I don't believe it ever happened under Trump. Trump said I was backing out a little bit at a time, and I told the Taliban if they hurt one person, I'll take out your whole history, your whole town, your village, everything is gone. And they believed him. He backed down China. He backed down North Korea. He didn't even have to send a trainload of coal to them people, and he backed down North Korea. So at the time, he opened up our coal fields, he opened up our steel mills, where we could possibly make our own war material, if need be. And on this thing with the CSA and all that crap, well, guess what? If we go to war with China, they're going to they're going to ban all civilian traffic. Unless you're got to go to work, go back. Trucks are going to, they're just going to do just like they did when the pipeline breaks or the paper shortage. Run your hearts out, boys. Just do it as safe as you can. Do it on your own reconnaissance. And I haven't heard there was a whole lot of accident. I've never heard where accident rates on these emergencies where anything really went up, because guess what? Us guys like to get home at the end of the day. So we're going to do our best, do what we can, and get home safe. So, it's just like Vic was saying on history. I'm there taking my wife to the doctor. They've got some college students in there getting vaccinated. This is a couple of years ago, before COVID. And the TV had a thing on, and it showed horses, Mustangs, and I guess this group against the horses being what they couldn't sell to farms. They were selling to the meat markets. And these young ladies were all upset, about eating horses. I said, hey, listen, they're a meat. And they were all upset with me. And I said, didn't you guys ever hear of the Donner Party? Where if it wasn't for their horse eating, they ate what they had. They ate their animals. And eventually they had to eat their own dead to survive. Cannibalism. And these were all history students. Well, thank goodness they called the girls in to get their shots, and their young man sitting there. And he goes, sir, the only thing they've ever taught us, they go back as far as Martin Luther King. And I said, so you don't know what Sutter's Mill is? And he goes, no, sir. I said, well, Sutter's Mill is where they found gold, and it started the gold rush into California. What about the when they opened up Oklahoma? And you could Homestead, Oklahoma. You didn't hear about that. Didn't hear about that. He said it was Martin Luther King, and they're paying good money to go to college for this stuff.
Wow.
So it's right and always moving. I really care. Oh Lord, I'm glad I don't have to deal with that. I know another lady that listens regularly on the podcast, and she calls me fairly regularly, and she's sitting there all by herself because of the COVID deal in her office, and she's the one having to shuffle papers, and she's having to deal with the same thing. She's afraid to speak her mind in there. But we're wide open, and they don't teach history of history. So it's out there if you want to find out what about everything. Hey, here's a little hint, guys. Check out Ho Chi Minh. Find out he was an ally of ours fighting the Japanese. And he turned on us only when he begged us after we delivered the iron fist to the Germans from their country, France. And they turned around after the war, come down there and repopulated, colonialized Vietnam. And all he wanted was America to tell them not to or to resist them. And America made the wrong choice. And we supported France's decision. And if we'd have done what was right, we'd have probably saved 60,000 young men on that wall. Probably, we probably wouldn't be suffering from the communist onslaught from the hippies from the 60s that we're having to suffer through today.
Yep.
So we didn't live up to our principles. That's history, man. I just, and boy, do I get it from both sides when I mention it. But if you take the time and look at it, you'll see it. But other than that, God save the United States of America, and thank God I'm not in that position. They just want you to drive the truck. They don't care about what you think. Don't care if you had a shot. They don't care about nothing. They just want this. They just want this raw material moved. How about it?
Move
Other than that, I'm
freight.
gonna sit back and cop a fan.
Yep, there you go. All right, thank you, Chevy Guy.
Wait.
Just get that freight from point A to point B, so we can make some more paper towels and toilet paper. All right, with that, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's.
Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I know we had a conversation with the inbred redneck last evening, kind of discussing the route of cryptocurrencies that started Friday, continued through the weekend, and I haven't seen much of an update on how things went for the new week, start of the new week here. I did come across, and it kind of took me aback. I thought the whole idea of this cryptocurrency, they call it the blockchain, that you're not supposed to be able to hack into these systems. Yeah, I guess this is just the latest example of the bad actors being able to swipe people's cryptocurrency. The crypto trading platform called Bitmart is announcing this past day that they will use their own money to reimburse victims of a large-scale security breach where hackers took as much as $196 million. Bitmart claims hackers withdrew about $150 million in assets. However, blockchain security and data analytics firm, which first publicized the hack, estimates that it was closer to $200 million. Well, CNBC reached out to Bitmart to ask about the multi-million-dollar discrepancy, but they declined to comment on that particular point. But Bitmart wrote in an official statement to this past morning, "We have completed initial security checks, identified the affected assets. The exchange said the security breach was mainly caused by a stolen private key, which affected, they say, 2 of its hot wallets. But other assets were safe and unharmed. The affected Ethereum and Binance Smart Chain hot wallets, as they called it, carried a small percentage of the exchange's assets. According to the company, cryptocurrency, they explain, can be stored in a hot, cold, or some combination of the two. A hot wallet is connected to the internet that allows owners relatively easy access to their coins so they can access and spend their crypto. That trade-off for convenience obviously is potential exposure to the bad guys. Now, this security firm was the first to notice the breach over the weekend. Saturday noted that one of Bitmart's addresses showed a steady outflow of tens of millions of dollars to an address which Etherscan referred to as the Bitmart hacker. They're estimating Bitmart lost about $100 million in various cryptocurrencies on the Ethereum blockchain and another $96 million from coins in the Binance Smart Chain. Hackers made off with a mix of more than 20 tokens, including Binance Coin, SafeMoon, and Shiba Inu. Was that inbred redneck's wallet they got into? Now, they do say what happened after the breach was pretty straightforward. In a classic case of transfer out, swap, and wash, as they call it. Transferred the funds, put it in a different wallet, sold those coins in that wallet, and it all just kind of magically disappears. And looking at 26 past the hour on a Tuesday morning. It's 844-844-3388. See what's going on with, hello, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve, and thank you for taking my call. I want to touch on this Pearl Harbor Day. Yeah, I believe we all remember the phrase that FDR said. It was a day that would end in live in
infamy. Yep.
My grandfather, of course, he was a fairly young man. He was in his early 30s. 31, I believe. But they talked about when they bombed Pearl Harbor. My grandmother would have been about 23. It's amazing how times have changed so much in the 80 years since. You know, they didn't even learn of the bombing of Pearl Harbor until the next day when my grandfather went down to pick up the mail. He didn't even know what was going on. Can you imagine that in this day and age? Something that big and not even know about it until the next day?
Yep.
It just, I remember as soon as the first plane hit the World Trade Center, I was a little building supply place up in Syracuse, New York, and one of the drivers said there's a plane flew into the World Trade Center, and we're all confused. Is it an accident? Is it terrorism or what? And we don't know yet, you know. And then, of course, with the second plane, didn't have a tire, obviously. It's just, obvious. It's terrorism. I want to touch a little bit on what Chevy guy was talking about, how that the cost of medicine, a lot of people don't realize this, but a lot of what goes into paying these costs of medicine is paying for research, you know, paying for all the research that went into development of medicine. Plus, here's what really gets me. The reason why medicine is cheaper in other countries is because we are subsidizing that too. They make deals with the drug companies to pay less than what we do. Yeah, hydrochloroquine. The reason why the drug companies are not up to making a whole bunch of that is because that is a generic drug. Once it becomes a generic drug, it is a whole lot cheaper. They can't charge the prices like they used to. You know, it's the whole. I dated a lady for a couple of years. Actually, we was engaged at one point. That she was on home dialysis. I don't know whether you're familiar with that, where they do the bags and cleans out the system instead of going in and going on a regular dialysis machine. She told me she went through a case of these bags a day. It was 5 days of her home dialysis. Can you imagine? I mean, yeah, fortunately, illness and everything, she was on Medicaid because she had been through diabetes and I'm pulling into scale here, Steve, so I guess I better get off here. And, thank you for taking my call.
Well, welcome back out there on the road again for another week. Be safe out there. We'll get a news break. Got Lauren Weiss, the two-time world champion bull hauler on the line. Really? Okay, coming up here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Brad Bernards. New York City is imposing a vaccine mandate for all private sector employers as a preemptive measure to fight a surge of COVID cases this winter, Mayor Bill de Blasio announced Monday.
We've got Omicron as a new factor. We've got the colder weather, which is going to really create additional challenges with the Delta variant. We've got holiday gatherings. We in New York City have decided to use a preemptive strike.
The mandate covers 184,000 businesses and will go into effect on December 27th, and it doesn't give unvaccinated employees the option to get tested regularly, de Blasio said. President Joe Biden is expected to issue a warning to Russian President Vladimir Putin of what the United States would do should Russia decide to invade Ukraine. And officials say that U.S. response would include economic sanctions. This is USA Radio News.
If you are trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675. You're
listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, going to get right back to the calls here. Let's see. Lauren, hang on just a moment here because Scrapyard's got an emergency road report on I-40. What's going on, Scrapyard?
Oh, nothing good under the hood, brother man. That I-40 eastbound in Arkansas, about mile marker 27. They got some of them construction trucks, that rolling convoy with a big flashing lights and everything, crash barricades, pushing you over in the left-hand lane, and this is real hilly and curvy over here on this section of 40 over here. Top over a hill, and then all of a sudden there's one of them construction trucks. When you pop over this blind hill, it's sitting straddled to the center line right there, and the lights are so bright you can't see where you are, where the hell you need to be, and all that. And I just about put it in the center median and all that, having to get on the daggum brakes and
wow,
throwed my high beams on. It's the only way I was able to. Yeah, it just all of a sudden it's just like right now, and don't want to see anybody get hurt and all that or worse.
That could lead to an ugly situation. Yep. So a heads up again. I-40. Which direction? Mile marker.
Eastbound, about 27 yardstick and all that. While I got you on here, any of you drivers out there had any experience with those automatic truck chains? That the automatic system where it just flips down. It goes by multiple names, like Roto Grip and Roto Chain, various names for those. And thought about see if I get the boss man to install them on our 3 semis that we got.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard, and I've had some discussions about those in the past, and I think. I don't know. It may have even been Heatwave I was talking to at one point, talking about how they're good as long as you're moving. But at any point, if you come to a standstill in traffic or whatever on slippery roads, icy conditions, then the chains aren't able to get you going again. I do believe that's the way he explained it. But hey, we can take some of your calls on that. Meanwhile, two-time world champion bull hauler. What's going on, Lauren Weiss?
Morning, Steve. Hey, I wanted to ask you real quick. I got in on the end of what you were saying about them safety groups and hours of service. What was the whole gist on that you were talking about with that?
They're wanting to. They want to go back to the rules that they changed that went into effect like in 2020. They want to take it back to where you got to do the 30-minute break, like 8 hours after being on duty rather than 8 hours driving. All the changes that they had made, they want to revert those.
I'm on the transportation committee with U.S. Cattlemen's Association. We just got livestock specific hours of service passed into law through the infrastructure bill, and one of the things that we found out in the research on this is when we hit this new end of this new safety declaration or emergency declaration on February 28th, we're going to be 13 days short of 2 years of self-regulation for a lot of these companies that have been running primarily on the emergency declaration. Mm-hmm. And at least in our industry, there has not been a rise in accidents at all. And I'd be really curious to know what the overall rise in accidents had been since that time happened. And I bet if they went and looked at it, they'd find out that it was probably negligible, if anything at all. And it's just crazy that these people that aren't even involved in trucking and don't know anything about it, want to dictate more and more to us what's happening.
Makes you kind of wonder. That's why when I started into that story, I asked the question, are we ever going to be done with lawsuits regarding the hours of service regulations? There's always some sort of a suit going on to change this or that.
Well, I've sent you some things through your personal messenger on some of this stuff, and there's I think I'm looking at it now. I neglected one of the ladies that works closely with the FMCSA has put together a page, and she wants individual company owners that have been running under the emergency declaration to send all of their information from the last 20 plus months, and she wants to really start working at trying to severely change the hours of service to go in and show that what we're running under right now, it is because we've, like I said, there's been a lot of us out here that have been pretty well self-regulating for almost 2 years, and there hasn't been a drastic increase in accidents whatsoever, and so I'll get that sent off to you there. And then I was laughing when I heard about Biden was going to threaten Putin with economic sanctions, and Vladimir Putin just needs to come over here and look at what he's done here, and he'd probably be pretty terrified as it is. I paid $55 at Thanksgiving for a ham, and we cooked it up, and we ate that thing slower than we'd ever eaten it before in our lives.
Wow. Yep, it was an expensive Thanksgiving. It is going to be an expensive ham Christmas dinner as well.
Yeah, I think it's just going to continue. One of the things that I've found out in we have these monthly calls to the USCA, and our issues are always on the back end of them. And there's this huge push. I've sat through a lot of these calls, and learned a lot about this huge push for this cell-based meat that they're putting out, these plant-based meats, and they're using the climate change issue to try to sell this to people. And they're really going to start making a hard push next year to eliminate and get rid of 99% of the live meat industry and just make it in Petri dishes. And we found out in one of our trips to Washington, D.C., we had somebody came and did a demonstration on that, and they actually they might take the cell out of a cow, but then they have to add so many additives to it that it's not even, in my opinion, it's not even as healthy as regular red meat is. But they're using that. They want to eliminate and wipe all of that out. And Cory Booker even introduced some legislation. It didn't go anywhere as of right now, but he's introduced legislation to put training programs in place to re-educate farmers that lose their livelihood when they if they're able to wipe out the livestock industry. So there's a lot of that kind of stuff in play out there right now.
I guess they're doing all that in the name of global warming. Is that the idea? You eliminate the flatulence of the cows? No.
But see, Steve, they changed it though, because the weather went back to normal, so it's not global warming anymore. It's climate change because it's not. That's not a lie, because the climate changes in the wintertime and it changes again in the summertime. We all know that. But yeah, that's what they're selling it as, and they're saying that it's not so much the flatulence that comes out, the methane, but there's also supposedly all of these feedlots I go into are supposed to be causing all this air pollution with the dust that blows everywhere. And I never seem to see the dust. I mean, you've got some when you load cattle or hogs, you get a little bit of dust, but it's just part of the whole thing. And they're using this like they are with the gasoline. They're just jacking the prices up on everything to get everybody to where they want to surrender, to go back to electric cars and windmills and solar panels and eating, a steak that's made out of a green leaf somewhere.
Yeah. Well,
all right, Steve, good show. I wanted to ask you too, is there anything in the works to try to get you on regular radio, like on XM or anything? Or
there are discussions. There's stuff going on. It just, everything takes time and money, but yes, they're working on it.
Yes, sir. Good to hear you on there. That's for sure. All right, I'll get off here and let other people get on.
Hey, thanks for checking in. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger. I'll do that for you.
Yes, sir.
There you go. All right, there you go. Let me see here. Seeing Eye Dog sends me a link. I mentioned cryptocurrency. The grim weekend cryptocurrency drugging that dragged Bitcoin under $50,000 and ravaged other digital coins has decisively tempered the bullishness of investors, some of whom were predicting a run for Bitcoin at $100,000 just weeks ago. Fueled by uncertainty over the Federal Reserve inching toward tighter monetary policy due to surging inflation, global fears over the new Omicron variant of COVID, The dramatic crash was supercharged by liquidations in the crypto derivatives market, according to market players. Only Friday, Bitcoin sat above $57,000 before the risk aversion hammering stocks spilled over into the crypto world, dragging the premier digital coin down by as much as 20% on the day to below 43,000. Then on Sunday, it bounced up 2%, trading around 49,000. Now, according to one expert, Bitcoin he says to have anywhere from 30 to 40% volatility in any given month, that's normal for Bitcoin. It's not really unique. According to the estimates at the Block Research, nearly $5 billion in open interest was wiped out in as little as half an hour. That helped shave cryptocurrency's total market capitalization down to around $2.3 trillion, off sharply from last month's record above $2.6 trillion. In some parts of the market, Bitcoin's price collapsed even lower, with some exchanges pricing it as low as $28,000. As is usually the case, cascading liquidations in the derivative markets drove exaggerated moves. Now, since fewer people typically trade on the weekends, the crypto markets often deal with much lower levels of liquidity, providing even less of a buffer against a nosedive. Investors say thin market conditions literally fed the carnage on Saturday's incredible drop. So again, Sunday, some cryptos recovered a little bit of lost ground. Ether had plunged by over 20%, but clawed back some losses, currently floating around $4,100. Smaller blockchain units where liquidity is even lower are also nursing a 20% correction. So volatility, it's a risky business, right? This past weekend sell-off, just the latest of several flash crashes, they call it this year. That sent some investors reeling. Even El Salvador, where they're trying to convince everybody in that country to use only the Bitcoin. Even as El Salvador's president, whose country became the first sovereign country or government to embrace Bitcoin as legal tender, proclaimed that he bought on the dip. The whole buy on the dip philosophy. Price crashes, you buy in, and then suddenly you're worth more. But risky business, right? 10 before the hour. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yeah, just looking at the numbers, I could only assume the chickens are coming home to roost, right? First thing that comes to my mind is with the generation of... Now, video games have been around a long time, but yeah, more and more youth these days are spending just incredible numbers of hours glued to their video gaming machines or their smartphone games or whatever the case might be, versus being outdoors, getting some physical activity. Yet I can, to some extent, include my own grandkids in that category. They've actually started to limit the number of hours that Avery can play his games. Rowan spends a lot of time playing games. That's why they got him into baseball over the summer, had him playing football through the fall. Avery had his first basketball game. He's playing basketball. We actually went to that game Saturday morning. It's almost comical. Second graders. So, the youngest of the young. They don't even actually keep score on the scoreboard. They don't call a lot of, they don't call dribbling penalties and things like that and traveling. They're just trying to learn the basics of playing basketball, but it was fun to watch the youngsters out there on the court, and he got a hell of a lot of exercise running back and forth. Took my breath away just watching him play. But I bring that all up because it says more than half of America's youngest adults, 56% of those between the ages of 18 to 25, are overweight or obese, according to the Johns Hopkins research. Using data from a nationally representative sample of more than 8,000 people in that age bracket, researchers compared average weights over the past 4 decades. In that time, that population's average body mass index had increased by 4.6 points. We went from a 23.1, which is considered normal weight, to 27.7, considered overweight. That shifted the number of overweight young adults from about 18% in the late 1970s to nearly 24% by the year 2018. The biggest spike in weight measurements was in the prevalence of obesity, which increased from about 6% to nearly 33%. The percentage of those with a body mass index indicating a normal weight, 18.5 to 24.9, dropped from 69% in the 70s to about 38%. BMI matters because being overweight or obese puts you at risk for a range of health problems: high blood pressure, heart disease, osteoarthritis, type 2 diabetes, sleep apnea, and some forms of cancer. They give you the calculator to determine your body mass index. For those who BMI falls in the overweight or obese category, indicating excess body fat, generally the narrative is to change eating habits and behavior, aka move more, eat less. Move. Get out there and do something, right? Hey, let's see what's going on with Philip down in the Sunshine State this morning. Happy Tuesday, Philip. Good morning.
Morning, Steve.
just running some fog down here right now. I don't know what you got going on with the weather, but it's pretty bad down here right now at 4. If anybody's running on I-4 in Central Florida, it's pretty bad right now. So, and dealing with that construction too on top of it down here, it's like a race course in the dark. So, but guess what? I don't know if that launch is going to get off today. Have you heard anything about it, Steve?
Yeah, that I have not.
Yeah, they're supposed to have a launch. ULA was supposed to have one today, but I'll tell you what, with this happening right now, I don't know what it's like on the coast. I couldn't tell you. But over here right now, you can't even see 5 feet in front of you. So, but hopefully they'll get it off today. But that's a pretty interesting story you had about that Bitcoin thing. I guess those hot wallets burned up pretty quick there with that money. So.
Yeah, they were flaming hot, huh?
Oh, I'm telling you what, I don't know, that cryptocurrency, I don't trust that computer stuff. Who knows who it is behind that one? It could be the Chinese or the Russians, you know. And that, what they were saying earlier about it being funny about putting sanctions on Russia, that's Biden's just being that just proof right there. That's a laughing stock right there. I mean, that's just proof of it right there. They don't need anything from us. You know, they can get whatever they want. The Russians can. They can go down to Venezuela and get all the oil they want. And go down to Venezuela and get all the gold they want. So it's whatever. So that's all I pretty much got for today, bud. I'm just going to get off here because I'm running this traffic. It's getting kind of ugly still. So I'll talk to you later.
All right. Well, be careful out there because I had a story where along I-4 yesterday morning, I'm thinking Philip's probably typically at his destination before this occurred, because it happened about 4:30 a.m. Now, I know he has a decent commute. He checks in at this time, but man is dead after colliding with a semi at a high rate of speed on Florida. Again, about 4:30 this past morning. This was in Hillsborough County. According to the Patch News, the motorist was speeding westbound in the inside lane of Interstate 4 near McIntosh Road when they attempted to change lanes. But as the motorist changed lanes, they clipped a moving semi-truck. Traveling in the outside lane, the force of the impact sent the car spinning off the roadway. Looks like it rolled several times. The motorist was ejected from the car. First responders quickly transported the man to a nearby hospital, but he had succumbed to his injuries. Truck driver was not hurt in the accident, but all lanes of westbound 4 were shut down for hours. They didn't get that reopened until about 9 o'clock in the morning there. Not a good way to start your week. Real quick, like before we get our news break, just a heads up, the Pilot Travel Centers Company has opened a store in Missouri in a location that formerly housed the Ferris truck stop. Do you remember that? The recently opened Pilot off I-29 at exit 35 in Fawcett, Missouri. Formerly it was the Ferris truck stop, which was in operation from 1976 till May of this year. Pretty much best known for the sign, the Ferris truck stop sign, which is a 1974 Peterbilt truck with a 1965 Fruhoff trailer that was mounted like 50 feet up in the air. Amenities at the 12,800 square foot Fawcett Pilot store, which is now called, include 55 truck parking spaces. You got a Taco Bell, 7 showers, 8 diesel lanes, laundry facilities, and the driver lounge. But at least a few more truck parking spaces once again available. More to come after a news update as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Brad Bernards. The Justice Department is suing the state of Texas over its newly redistricted congressional and state legislature maps. Attorney General Merrick Garland announced Monday.
As the Supreme Court has observed, a core principle of our democracy is that, quote, voters should choose their representatives, not the other way around, close quote.
Garland said Texas violated the Voting Rights Act by drawing redistricting maps that disenfranchise African American and Latino voters. 3 more missionaries from the Ohio-based Christian Aid Ministries have been released by kidnappers in Haiti. The organization says those who returned are safe and in good spirits. The group won't give the names of the hostages or circumstances of the release. 2 hostages were released last month. There are still 12 people in captivity who were kidnapped by a gang in October. This is USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it time for open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For the typical family, switching to MediShare saves about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. And what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the customer satisfaction rate when compared to health insurance. Double. It really is remarkable. There's more than 400,000 members now who have shared more than $4 billion in medical bills, so they can handle your bills too. And here's the thing, if you join before December 15th, they'll waive your new member fee, so that's another $170 you'll save. I'll give you the number here in a second, but call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline, December 15th, so call now and you'll save even more. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE, 833-34-BIBLE.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki on Monday refused to commit to basic transparency about Hunter Biden's alleged divestment from an investment fund controlled by Chinese state-owned entities, or confirm that the first son's infamous lost laptop is authentic when pressed by the New York Post.
The president's son is not an employee of the federal government, so I'd point you to his representatives. And as it relates to the book, I've neither had the time nor interest in exploring or reading the book. Go ahead, Tina. Go ahead, Tina. I think I answered your question.
Psaki swatted down a question about Post columnist Miranda Devine's new book, The Laptop from Hell, which was released last week. Former President Donald Trump has tapped Congressman Devin Nunes, Republican of California, to be CEO of his new media and tech company, Trump Media and Technology Group. Nunes will retire from Congress and start as CEO of TMTG in January. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Remain in Mexico policy has returned.
To slow down the amount of illegal immigrants coming across the U.S.-Mexico border, the Biden administration has reinstated the Remain in Mexico policy, which makes illegals await decisions on their immigration cases in Mexico. Lieutenant Chris Olivares with the Texas Department of Public Safety joins Fox News and says the Biden administration should have acted sooner.
This is something that should have been done at the beginning of the year, but we're almost a year into this border crisis, and there has been no action taken upon the federal government to try to curb or deter or stop this border crisis.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Gas prices across the country have fallen since last week amid fears of an Omicron variant-led economic slowdown. The national average price of regular gas per gallon dipped 4 cents this week to $3.35. Indiana saw the largest price drop at 21 cents to an average of $3.19.2 per gallon. Prices are expected to further decline even more this winter as fewer drivers are expected on the roads. The price of gas is still $1.21 more compared to the same time last year. The opening price on Monday of West Texas Intermediate crude was $68.18 per barrel, $4 down from last Monday, with Brent crude oil at $71.82 per barrel, nearly $5 below prices last week. For USA Radio News, I'm Brad Bernards.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, we're all on the same page now. Welcome into a Tuesday, December the 7th of 2021. 80 years to the day since the attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941. Great to have you on board. Our number 844-844-3388. Hey, Vic is back on board. Yes, sir. Welcome back.
Yeah. I really wanted to respond to Chevy Guy about Vietnam because I've heard that so many times. If we would have just sided with Ho Chi Minh, that we could have never had to fight the Vietnam War. And I'm just going to get some quick points there because we were going to have the Vietnam War because Stalin wanted it. But real quick, you were talking about the Bitcoin. Actually, Elon Musk was responsible for some of that volatility. You remember he said he was going to take Bitcoin to purchase a Tesla. Then he decided, no, I'm not. He bought some Bitcoin, and that got a lot of volatility going. And you can trade Bitcoin derivatives on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. So I guess all of that together just got things kind of, as they say, oscillating or volatility, and one thing just kind of led to another. And I really haven't followed it that closely. I know that several years ago, to kind of catch up on things, I subscribed to different advisory services, and I think I bought some Bitcoin because they sent me a Bitcoin token that's now worth 75 cents, but I can't find the record of it. So I remember coming down the stairs and telling my wife, well, everything's solved. We're going to be billionaires now because it was next to nothing. And I have no idea if I bought any of them. I mean, I know I bought them, but I don't know how to go about finding out where they're at, what they did with them, or anything else. But anyway, back to the deal with Vietnam. You have to understand Ho Chi Minh was a member of the French Communist Party, and that's when France owned all of or ruled all of Indochina, not just Vietnam, but Laos and Cambodia. And whenever the Germans overran France, they set up the Vichy government, and the Vichy government in turn gave Indochina to the Japanese, and the Japanese used that as a base to attack China. If you ever seen any of the old movies about the Flying Tigers, with John Wayne and all that, there were a lot of people that, American civilians that actually went over there to fight them. There were a lot of Americans that joined the Royal Canadian Air Force to fight, Hitler and the Nazis in Europe. So anyway, at the end, when everything started to get settled up at the end of World War II, that's what I was talking about was Stalin. He did not stop whenever Japan surrendered. He kept fighting in China because he wanted China, and that borders on Russia, which then later on they had the Communist Revolution in China. Once they had the Communist Revolution in China, that's when they started working southward on Korea and Vietnam. And unfortunately, General MacArthur was more concerned about rebuilding Japan, and he really wasn't paying much attention to the Asian wars. And he actually had a degrading opinion of the Chinese. He would say, "Oh, we can defeat the Chinese laundry boys," and that was kind of, he looked at them as just people that did laundry. And anyway, when they wound up basically removing the Japanese from Indochina, de Gaulle took over in France, and he was not the person that was supposed to take over. I forget, one of them was called the Free French Army, and I think that's what he was part of it. But there was also a provisional government, and it was expected the provisional government took over, and de Gaulle took over, and they were not supposed to act as colonists. But de Gaulle went back and started acting like colonists all over Indochina, and that's whenever Ho Chi Minh was there. And Stalin and Mao Zedong started backing Ho Chi Minh because they were in Vietnam. And I just kind of cut it off at there, and it made no difference. Ho Chi Minh was just a useful idiot. China and Stalin had their vision set on China. I can't even keep my thoughts straight. They had their thing set on Vietnam. And so regardless of what personality was there, as long as Stalin and Mao Zedong was there, we were going to have a war in Indochina. And in 1954, that's when they come with the UN convention and said, well, we'll split Vietnam. And in 1956, we'll have an election, and they can decide what if they really want to be a Democrat or a communist nation. And that's whenever they started sending a lot of communists from North Vietnam into South Vietnam, setting up all their routes of infiltration. And so then they didn't have the 1956 election. LBJ was Senate Majority Leader. He wouldn't let Ike send jet planes into Vietnam. He wouldn't let us support the French at Dien Bien Phu. And there's quite a history there. So if anybody really wants to look at it, you'll be, as I look back on, I have to say, I believe the protesters were right and as far as protesting the war. But the only thing was, they weren't protesting the war. They were demonstrating for a communist victory. And that's where I part company with the protesters. But that was such a poorly prosecuted war. I mean, just one quick example. The mountains separate Laos and Cambodia and Vietnam. We would let the guerrillas, the VC and everybody else, we would let them establish bases up on the top of those mountains, actually established, different foxholes and stuff on the backside of the mountain. And then instead of us helicoptering our troops to the top of the mountain, no, we'd expect them to fight all the way to the top of the mountain. I mean, that's just, I could give you all kinds of examples. But anyway, you had a lot more subjects that actually interest me a lot more because, like I said, there's nothing we can do about it. It happened, but that's how it happened. But, the climate change thing and all this other, I understand they're worried about a fault breaking up there next to British Columbia and the northwestern part of the United States. I guess there's a fault line up there that if it ever breaks, we won't be worrying about climate change. And supposedly they say that they can measure it, and when it gets tight, like a tighten a guitar string too tight, that it's getting ready to break. And I just looked at some of that over the weekend. But anyway.
And when it snaps, we'll know it, right? And it gets ugly. All right, yeah. Thank you very much, Vic. It's 15 past the hour. Well, yeah, we had touched several months ago on, someone had called actually and saying, is it true that more law enforcement have died of COVID than anything else? Yes, that was a true statement in 2020, and it is a true statement in 2021. But we do see the number of police shot and killed in the line of duty has also reached a new high. According to the statistics from the Fraternal Order of Police, as of the midnight hour, November 30th, a full week ago, there have been 314 officers shot in the line of duty this year, Of those officers shot, 58 of them were killed by gunfire. But 314 officers shot in the line of duty, according to the FOP and a presentation on monthly statistics of shootings of police. Steve Malzberg covered the topic over the weekend, interviewing the Manhattan Institute fellow and New York Times best-selling author, Heather McDonald, who's an expert on the subject. They've got the video. McDonald says criminals have got the message in this post-George Floyd era, that there's no consequences for the most appalling, savage behavior. Also, she said the narrative that blacks are under threat from the cops in America is completely false. The left believes crime is a racist fiction, a creation of the deranged Trumpian imagination. Now, the reason law enforcement's being told to back off on making arrests, the reason there's no law or no bail, is because every law enforcement practice has a disparate effect on blacks. That's not because law enforcement is racist. Now, again, that's her statement, Heather McDonald, over the weekend, but 314 officers shot in the line of duty in the year 2021, 58 dead to date, and there's still several weeks left in the year. And with that, a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, thank you much, and yes, welcome back. Great to have you on board here on a Tuesday morning. Hope your week's off to a good start. How's your week starting off, Heatwave? Back on the road again.
Yeah, just call me Willie Nelson there, senor. Good morning, everybody. Oh, man, I just got done with a hour-and-a-half nap. Boy, I needed that. Well, I missed out on the Chevy guys' rant this morning, I guess, by a few minutes. Victor is always a pleasure listening to him. And I tell you what, you could just sit down and just gain knowledge by listening to him. He is so full of good information. It's almost a wonder why he wasn't maybe a school teacher or something, or a college professor. I mean, man, he has got the knowledge. But that's another story for another time, I guess. Well, let's see. How the Bearcats went 13-0. What did they finally land at in the top four? Are they still in the top four? Or
Yeah,
what's going on with them?
number 4. Alabama came in at number 1. Michigan at number 2. Georgia 3. And Cincinnati at 4. So Alabama will face off with Cincinnati. Michigan will face off with Georgia to see who goes to the national championship game.
Well, the committee's got it lined up again just to see if it's an all-SEC championship game.
It's arranged so we could see a rematch of Georgia versus Alabama for a championship game. You know, that could be.
Yep. And how many times has that happened with the SEC having two teams in the final championship game in the last 10, 15 years? I'd say it's a little bit more than what should be, but now that A&M is part of SEC for the last 10 years, I guess I shouldn't complain too much. Well, good luck to the Bearcats. I think this will be an interesting game between them and Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
So they're playing. The day of Thanksgiving, the day of New Year's, or the day after. Well, what's their bowl?
I'd have to pull up the schedule. I'm not sure about the dates on that.
Okay, that's all right. Well, either way, it's going to be interesting to see how this turns out. So, and Michigan, my goodness gracious, I mean, just put the beat down on Iowa. You wouldn't expected it to be so lopsided, but who knew? Who knows? Maybe this is the Big Ten's year. So, yeah, we got a little cool yesterday and today. The weather forecasters were actually right as far as how cold it was going to get in our neighborhood. In fact, they nailed it. It was like, well, I hope they can start getting a little bit more accurate with their weather predicting, because, man, I tell you what, they have just been off with the temperatures. I don't know what programs they're using, but it seems like they were using the European model at one time, and the European model seemed like it was the one that was just spanking all the U.S. models, because 9 times out of 10, that European model was right on the money. So we sure could use the rain out here. I mean, even the cactus is starting to shrivel up, and when that happens, that's a bad sign. Oh, so anyways, yeah, I tend to agree. I was talking to that Chevy guy earlier, and he has his opinions, and he is concerned about what's going to happen in the next couple of months, especially with the Chinese having their Winter Olympics. I understand Sleepy Joe is punishing the Chinese by not allowing our athletes to play, to participate. And I really don't know what that accomplishes.
And honestly, if I understood correctly, it's a diplomatic ban, isn't it? I mean, I think we're going to play. Our players will play in the games. We're just not going to send any official representatives, over to the country. A diplomatic boycott was my understanding.
Oh, is that how that's going to work out? Well, what is it really going to do? it just makes a statement. We ain't happy with your attitude. Well, China don't give a rat's behind about what's going on. Russia didn't give a rat's behind when Carter said we're boycotting the Olympics over there. So, I mean, if you want to do something that gets people's attention, you got to do something what Trump has done. Because, they are laughing at us as a whole, saying, you elected this idiot. Well, China knows they put him in. Russia helped. And then to have this idiot scream about Trump making a phone call to Ukraine, one phone call talking to their prime minister or whatever, and then he turns around and Biden turns around and then, just buddies up with the Chinese, the Russians, begging for more oil. We got it here. Let's pump it. Let's get ourselves going again. Be the leading producer of oil and energy export. The money's out there to be made. We obviously need it for our government coffers. I think he's profited enough from the Chinese and the Russians that we don't need to have any more of this crap going on. But it's going to be another year, 11 months until we get the 22 elections done, midterms. And hopefully we can get the supermajority, and whatever he wants, he doesn't get. And whatever the supermajority wants, if he vetoes, then they can override the veto and try to put this country back on solid ground again. But it is amazing how the Democrats can scream about the Republicans and their actions, and then turn around and do what they accuse the Republican Party of doing, and just brush it off like dandruff on the shoulder. That's nothing. We'll take care of that. Yeah. But yeah, I tried to avoid the news because it just seems to get me really ticked off and fired up. So, well, did you see the picture of Ted Cruz and his deer that he shot over the weekend?
I did. Yes, indeed.
My goodness gracious, that was a real nice spread on that. And I don't know exactly where he hunted that. Probably, I would say South Texas, but I could be way off. I didn't really read exactly where he harvested the deer, but my goodness, that was a beauty. Oh, Pup sent me a picture of or was it Pup? Someone had sent a picture of what was harvested from their farms. Someone had come over, and the spread of that rack was really nice too. And of course, Gilligan's daughter got herself a 6-pointer.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like everyone's having a pretty good year this year as far as harvesting deer.
I saw that.
Good for them. I wish I could.
Billy, the kid, sent an email last evening that I guess he got a doe out. He was out over the weekend. He said Big Moose got a good-sized buck, and Moose's boy also got a decent-sized buck over the weekend. Haven't seen the pictures of them yet, but like I said, sounds like everybody had a good weekend there. Heat Wave, thank you very much. We're up to the bottom of the hour news break. Oh, and to answer your question about those the bowl games, the schedule, those will be on New Year's Eve. The Cincinnati versus Alabama, the Georgia versus Michigan. So you got, let me see, I'm looking at the schedule. 3:30 on New Year's Eve, Friday, December the 31st. 3:30 is that first Cincinnati, Alabama game. Then 7:30, your primetime action, Michigan versus Georgia. See who goes on to the championship game. And with that, we're at bottom of the hour. Get our news break. It is 844-844 3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Brad Bernards. The Justice Department has sued to block Texas' updated congressional and state house maps, Attorney General Merrick Garland said Monday, alleging that the districts redrawn after the 2020 census disenfranchised minorities in violation of the Voting Rights Act.
Texas has violated Section 2 by creating redistricting plans that deny or abridge the rights of Latino and Black voters to vote on account of their race, color, or membership in a language minority group.
Lawmakers will honor Bob Dole Thursday when he lies in state in the rotunda of the U.S. Capitol. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi called the former Senate Majority Leader an extraordinary patriot and noted his heroic service in World War II. Opening the Senate, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer praised Dole's character and described him as a great statesman. This is USA Radio News.
The old way of living with diabetes is a pain. You've got to remember to do your testing, and you always need to be sticking your fingers. The new way to live your life with diabetes is with a continuous glucose monitor. You simply apply a discreet, easy-to-use sensor on your body, and it continuously monitors your glucose levels, helping you spend more time in range and freeing you from painful finger pricks. If you test your blood sugar at least 4 times per day and inject insulin at least 3 times per day, or use an insulin pump and have private insurance or Medicare, you might be eligible for a CGM with little or no cost to you. Call U.S. Medical Supply today for a free benefits check. We offer free shipping, 90-day supplies, and we bill Medicare or your insurance directly. Call now and say goodbye to finger pricks.
800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. That's 800-763-1954.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting into Service Hall. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Thank you much, and welcome back. Couple of other interesting tidbits I came across doing show prep. See, Medina Spirit, the 3-year-old colt. Remember the won the Kentucky Derby in May. Then the scrutiny over a positive drug test. Recall that whole scandal? Well, Medina Spirit collapsed and died after a workout this past day at Santa Anita in Southern California. Bob Baffert issued a statement that he said the horse suffered a heart attack. I had just completed a 5 furlongs in his second workout since finishing second in the Breeders' Cup Classic a month ago at Del Mar. He said the entire barn is devastated by the news. Medina Spirit was a great champion, a member of our family who was loved by all of us, so we're deeply mourning his loss. Now, Santa Anita said in a statement that the track veterinary team took blood, hair, and urine samples and sent them to the California Horse Racing Board. The horse will undergo a full necropsy, and as required by the racing world to try to determine the exact cause of death. No timeline for that to be completed has been given, but this was the horse that tested positive after his Kentucky Derby win for methazone, a legal medication that's not allowed on race day. That was Bob Baffert's record 7th win in the Kentucky Derby, but in the wake of the failed test, he was suspended by Churchill Downs, barred from entering horses for 2022 or 2023 for the Kentucky Derbies. He was also banned by the New York Racing Association from entering horses at the Belmont, Saratoga, and Aqueduct tracks. Last Friday, as a matter of fact, Baffert's attorney issued a statement saying that the tests that were done by the New York lab have definitely confirmed Medina Spirit tested positive for that steroid, although not an injection. They say it was due to an ointment that was being used to treat a skin rash. As far as the Kentucky Horse Racing Commission, they've been investigating the case. They've yet to hold a hearing that could possibly disqualify Medina Spirit's win there at the Kentucky Derby. I guess there's going to be an asterisk by that one in the history books. Meanwhile, let's get back to the calls here, and what's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, I want to discuss one more thing that I didn't get to in the first call, what I talked to you about last night. Some more information has come out on this Detroit, Michigan, area school shooting that I learned today. You know something, Steve? It's even more disturbing news coming out of this deal. Did you know that the parents this loser purchased a gun for this guy as a present. This gun was purchased by this guy, this kid's parents for him, and they knew that this kid had a lot of problems, and they still bought him a gun. It makes no sense. Plus, it was determined. They said that all this could have been avoided, like I told you last night, Steve, that this guy, his school teacher, one of his teachers walked by his desk the day before he did the shooting, and he had a gun. He was looking at guns on the internet, and he was looking at bullets, and he had drew a picture of a school shooting on a piece of paper or something. And she notified the counselors of the school, but they didn't do nothing about it. They said that they called the kids' parents up to the school to talk to them to discuss this deal, and the parents didn't care about it. And you can clearly see that they didn't care because they wouldn't have bought him the gun to begin with. So the parents, they refused to remove the kid from the school. And then the very next day, he goes to school and did what kills 4 innocent people. All this could have been avoided, Steve. And they said, and I heard today, they said that the family and plus this boy is under suicide watch in the jail cell. That's a good thing, not a bad thing to me, as far as I'm concerned, because these people are nothing but they're the most disgusting, probably some of the most disgusting so-called parents. This is the reason why they have such thing as birth control, Steve. These people like that don't deserve to have children. Anybody that would do something so disgusting. Why would you purchase a gun for a 15-year-old kid? Makes no sense. And the boy already had mental issues, and they would go and do something like that. These people need to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. No, they didn't go into the school and shoot those 4 people, but they just as responsible as their son, as far as I'm concerned. And all of them need to rot in jail for the rest of their life because they ruined people's lives right before the holiday. Like I say, I don't know nobody involved in this situation, and the whole thing disgusts me. Steve, this is probably one of the worst. Normally in a school shooting, it's usually an outsider that does it. A guy off the street or somebody that does this. It's normally not a student that does this type of thing. That's why it's even more disturbing that this would occur. And like I said, I'm thinking about, at this point, pulling my kids out of school and homeschooling. It was already with the virus and, the vaccines and all that. I don't like this, there's mandates on that. But then, like I say, the more I think about it, Steve, and you see all these shootings, they said, I read on my phone while I was on hold, that in South Carolina, that another student, he had planned an attack, and luckily he was talking on the school bus a couple of days ago, and one of the other students overheard him saying that he was going to go to school with a trench coat on and shoot some people at school. Luckily, the girl, whoever heard him, notified the authorities, and they arrested this kid. Yep. This, like I said, it's a bad situation, Steve, when you can't even send your kids to school and not knowing if they're going to come back home at the end of the day. It doesn't matter what state or city you live in, it can occur. And it's really a shame that it's going to come to this point. These schools in the United States, is like I keep telling you, Steve, they focusing on the wrong thing. They focusing on the gun. They need to be focused on the mental issues of these products. You can go back and look at every school shooting. I don't care if you go back 5-10 years, just about everybody involved in these shootings all have mental issues. None of these people shouldn't have been on the street to begin with, and we wouldn't even be talking about this. So Joe Biden and the Democrats, they keep, every time we have a shooting, they talk about taking guns away. No, you don't need to take the guns away, my man. You need to take the people off the street that have mental problems and are deranged and have no business whatsoever having a gun in their hand. Until they do that, Steve, we're going to continue to see these types of shootings. Same thing with the guy up there in Wisconsin that drove that car through them people. That guy shouldn't have been on the street to begin with. He had already tried to run his wife over a couple of days before that. So, like I said, until the Democrats start focusing on the right thing, we're going to continue to see these type of bad things happening in America. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, and just for, unless something had changed, to be clear, my understanding was the parents of the student there were actually at the school the day of the shooting. He's correct that there was a teacher that noticed, I guess, a photo, I don't know if it was a doodle or whatever that he had on his desk. I think it was the day before that she noticed him searching for ammo online. And then they were kind of, the school was concerned about the behavior the day of the shooting. The teacher, that was the day that they noticed some of the doodles or whatever, the drawings that he had made. And I guess, notified the principal. Principal calls them, the parents were there at the school, sat down there with him. At which point in time, according to what they're saying now, the actual gun that the father had purchased on Black Friday had to have been in the boy's possession. Either it was in his locker or it was in his backpack. He had it with him because they used their surveillance cameras and whatnot. They know once, he's correct. The parents opted not to take him out of school that day. Sent him back to class. And within a matter of, literally within hours, is when he commenced to shooting. But as I was saying, they used the surveillance cameras and whatnot. They know the boy did not leave the school, did not leave the premises after the parents had come in for their meeting. The weapon was there at the time the parents were meeting with him, which is, very frightening. But with that, quick time out. We return as we roll into a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. And don't forget, if you catch us on Facebook, like us on Facebook, give us a thumbs up on the YouTube channel, share the program. The more you share, the more people find us. Spread the word. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what else are we looking at here? I heard in the news break there that the body of the late Senator Bob Dole will lie in state at the U.S. Capitol Thursday of this week. as congressional leaders honor the former Republican presidential candidate, World War II veteran. He served in Congress for 36 years, passed away Sunday at the age of 98. Kind of the guy that was known for his wit, which he often turned on himself, but didn't hesitate to turn it on others. He did shape tax and foreign policy, worked vigorously to help the disabled, and worked education, public services, and the Americans with Disabilities Act. The U.S. Capitol has been considered the most suitable place for the nation to pay final tribute to its most eminent citizens by having the remains lie in state. He won the Republican nomination back in '96, defeated when Bill Clinton won a second term. He was also a 1976 Republican vice presidential candidate on the losing ticket with Gerald Ford at the time. But throughout his political career, he carried the mark of war, charging a German position in northern Italy in 1945. He was hit by a shell fragment that crushed 2 vertebrae and paralyzed his arms and legs. Spent 3 years recovering in a hospital and never regained use of his right hand. But Bob Dole lying in state this Thursday at the U.S. Capitol. All right, let's see. We'll get to the CNI dog coming up here. First, it's Scarecrow's on the line. Morning, Scarecrow. What's happening?
Hey, Steve. Bit of a follow-up to Eagle's last call there. And maybe you covered this earlier yesterday or that I missed out on, but I caught this Friday morning on our local morning program. I looked it up and did a search on it, and yeah, one of those students that were killed out there, he was on the football team, and there's a pretty major move to rename their football stadium in his honor. I don't recall his name, but he had, and they have this on film, videos, security cameras and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
When all the masses were running to get out of the building, shows him going the other direction, and he was killed with plans to disarm that shooter. So the clip that I found said he, as a Friday morning, there'd already been 34,000 signatures on that petition. So there's little hope for the future of this country that there's a potential leader that went down. Doggone.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Looking at the calendar here, it says winter's a couple weeks away yet, but Mother Nature, she just kind of laughed in our face here right now and said, "No, the joke's on you. I'm going to start winter right now." Not so much a snowfall, but I crawled between the sheets for a nap last night. We had 8 degrees. I got up, it was 4 degrees, and it could very well be sub-zero up there right now.
Yeah.
We got about, I guess, 10 degrees here in Milwaukee. But so either way, I dug deep into the dresser drawer and grabbed a pair of long johns as kind of the rule of thumb. When it's consistently below about 25, they come out. That goes back 40 years when a seasoned driver, he told me, Crow, that I'm sitting there broke down alongside the road, and it's windy and cold and blowing and nasty. Them long johns sitting at home in the drawer aren't going to do a bit of good. So either way, yeah, we're dressed to kill right now. It makes me feel a little better looking at the first level engine warning light that's been on my dash for the last hour. We're kind of used to that. It's a Freightliner, so it goes with the territory. Thinking about date, December 7th, I was reminded about this actually when I was getting dressed this morning. I have a Harley Davidson dealer shirt from Hawaii with the 75th anniversary. One of my boys picked it up Father's Day gift or such when they were out there. And as impressed as he was with the memorial, he was very disappointed in the disrespect that is shown around there. That as tight as things are controlled around the unknown monument, he said the tourists and whatnot, they literally treat the Pearl Harbor Memorial as almost a amusement park atmosphere. Kids running around and everybody doing photo ops and whatnot, just total lose sight of what really it represents, and the fact that they're over a serving ship at that moment. And I kind of look at those, what is it, like 1,100 or so, still down there serving that ship. So no, that was, and probably to the fact that he is military and such too, that it bothered him more. But no, it just didn't seem like the true atmosphere that it should be. But let's see. I'm trying to think something on a lighter note here too. What the heck was that? Oh yeah, I guess and this ties in with the monument there. I was probably about 8 to 10 years old. Little 5 and dime store in our town. They had a model of the Arizona, a plastic model kit. I salivated over that thing, Steve. A couple of times a week I'd go in there and handle that, and that was the coolest thing in the world. And after a few months of this, it finally disappeared one day, and I'm all but heartbroken, And guess what I opened on my next birthday?
Somebody had that for you.
I think Mama or Daddy kind of got the hint that, boy, the young man is really intrigued by that thing. So either way, if I dig deep enough in the boxes around the house, it would still pop up somewhere. I'm still around. So I think there was something else, but yeah, listening to Vic there, it is always intriguing, getting the history lesson. I was intrigued with history through school, but unless it was a lot of pictures involved, reading did not do well with me. So, and that follows through today too. But either way, that's about all I had for the moment here, Steve. So I'll cut you loose.
Hey,
catch
thank
up with
you.
Tomorrow, maybe.
Appreciate you checking in. Thanks for listening, as always, Scarecrow, and thanks for being a part of the program. All right, who brought up the Olympics? Does anybody care? Yeah, it was Heatwave we were talking to about. Yeah, he thought we were going to boycott the games. No, it's a diplomatic boycott. Which, what does that really mean anyway? Anything? China has threatened the Biden administration with retaliation over this decision to impose a diplomatic boycott of the Winter Games next year. The move could damage bilateral relations, because our relations are so good with China right now, right? The Biden administration announcing they would not send an official U.S. delegation to the Winter Games as a statement against China's ongoing genocide and crimes against humanity in Xinjiang. U.S. athletes will still be allowed to compete in the games, though. Prior to the official announcement, Beijing warned they would take resolute countermeasures against Washington if the diplomatic boycott went ahead. The Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson says U.S. politicians keep hyping a diplomatic boycott without even being invited to the games. This wishful thinking and pure grandstanding is aimed at political manipulation. Went on to call the boycott a grave travesty of the spirit of the Olympic Charter, a serious insult to the 1.4 billion Chinese people. He said the U.S. should stop politicizing sports and hyping up the so-called diplomatic boycott so as not to affect China-U.S. dialogue and cooperation in important areas. Supposedly, relationships had begun to improve after the virtual summit between Joe Biden and his Chinese counterpart, Xi Jinping. Yeah. What kind of countermeasures might they be talking about? They've offered no clue as to what that would be, but the possibility of further retaliation now threatens to once again derail bilateral relations between the two countries. Let's see, this is kind of funny. Politicians calling for boycott 2022 Beijing Olympics are doing so for their own political interests and posturing. In fact, no one would care about whether these people come or not. And it has no impact whatsoever on Beijing, the Olympics to be successfully held. Spokesperson of the Chinese embassy in the United States. No one would care. Who cares if the U.S. delegation shows up, right? Obviously, they don't. And final hour just ahead here. Thanks for hanging on with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News. I'm Brad Bernards. The Justice Department is suing the state of Texas over its newly redistricted congressional and state legislature maps. Attorney General Merrick Garland announced Monday.
As the Supreme Court has observed, a core principle of our democracy is that, quote, voters should choose their representatives, not the other way around, close quote.
Garland said Texas violated the Voting Rights Act by drawing redistricting maps that disenfranchise African American and Latino voters. 3 more missionaries from the Ohio-based Christian Aid Ministries have been released by kidnappers in Haiti. The organization says those who returned are safe and in good spirits. The group won't give the names of the hostages or circumstances of the release. 2 hostages were released last month. There are still 12 people in captivity who were kidnapped by a gang in October. This is USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it time for open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For the typical family, switching to MediShare saves about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. And what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the customer satisfaction rate when compared to health insurance. Double. It really is remarkable. There's more than 400,000 members now who have shared more than $4 billion in medical bills, so they can handle your bills too. And here's the thing, if you join before December 15th, they'll waive your new member fee, so that's another $170 you'll save. I'll give you the number here in a second, but call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline, December 15th, so call now and you'll save even more. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE, 833-34-BIBLE.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki on Monday refused to commit to basic transparency about Hunter Biden's alleged divestment from an investment fund controlled by Chinese state-owned entities, or confirm that the first son's infamous lost laptop is authentic when pressed by the New York Post.
The president's son is not an employee of the federal government, so I'd point you to his representatives. And as it relates to the book, I have neither had the time nor interest in exploring or reading the book. Go ahead, Tina. Go ahead, Tina. I think I answered your question.
Psaki swatted down a question about Post columnist Miranda Devine's new book, The Laptop from Hell, which was released last week. Former President Donald Trump has tapped Congressman Devin Nunes, Republican of California, to be CEO of his new media and tech company, Trump Media and Technology Group. Nunes will retire from Congress and start as CEO of TMTG in January. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Remain in Mexico policy has returned.
To slow down the amount of illegal immigrants coming across the U.S.-Mexico border, the Biden administration has reinstated the Remain in Mexico policy, which makes illegals await decisions on their immigration cases in Mexico. Lieutenant Chris Oliveras with the Texas Department of Public Safety joins Fox News and says the Biden administration should have acted sooner.
This is something that should have been done at the beginning of the year, but we're almost a year into this border crisis, and there has been no action taken upon the federal government to try to curb or deter or stop this border crisis.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Gas prices across the country have fallen since last week amid fears of an Omicron variant-led economic slowdown. The national average price of regular gas per gallon dipped 4 cents this week to $3.35. Indiana saw the largest price drop at 21 cents to an average of $3.19.2 per gallon. Prices are expected to further decline even more this winter as fewer drivers are expected on the roads. The price of gas is still $1.21 more compared to the same time last year. The opening price on Monday of West Texas Intermediate crude was $68.18 per barrel, $4 down from last Monday, with Brent crude oil at $71.82 per barrel, nearly $5 below prices last week. For USA Radio News, I'm Brad Bernards.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and...
Tidbits. Yes, I may have to do a restart here momentarily. So we just pause. If you tune into the Weather Channel and you watch it like when they break away for your local updates at any given time, whatever part of the country you're in, you hear the computer voice, and I believe the voice is supposed to be akin to the sound of Jim Cantori, right? Yeah, the famous Weather Channel guy. And it sounds like he's really reading your local forecast. It's all computerized. With more and more artificial intelligence, the likes of Alexa and Siri and all those good things that we've all become so familiar with. Out of California, Andy Chanley, the afternoon drive host at Southern California's public radio station, 88.5 KCSN, has been a radio DJ for like over 32 years. And now, thanks to artificial intelligence technology, his voice will live on simultaneously in many places. I may be a robot, but I still love to rock, says the robot DJ named Andy, which was derived from artificial yet neutral disc jockey Y in Chanley's voice. During a demonstration for Reuters News, the voice, they say, was very difficult to distinguish from the real human disc jockey. Our phones, our speakers, our rice cookers have been talking to us for years, but their voices have been very robotic, right? AKA Siri or Alexa. There's a Seattle-based startup, Well Said Labs. They say we have finessed the technology to create over 50 real human voice avatars like Andy so far, where what you do is the producer simply types in the text to create the narration. That's exactly what you're hearing with the voice of Jim Cantori reading your local weather. The CEO of the Los Angeles-based artificial intelligence startup, Super Hi-Fi, said Andy will be integrated into their artificial intelligence platform that automates music production. The jobs in the broadcast industry have been more and more difficult to come by. I mean, they went to the the automation systems, to where an individual could, I could sit down here at the microphone and I could have my little cards to read and essentially put together a full 5-hour or 3-hour radio broadcast of music in, say, 30 minutes time. Just insert the little wording between the songs. The songs then are all automated in the system. And that's what more and more radio stations around the country have been going to. And like I said, this has been going on for years now. And now with this technology, you could almost have one individual, say they have 4 or 5 different voices from this artificial, and you have the female robot voice that does the morning drive. Different voices for different day parts. And one individual just sits and types in what they want the robot to say, and it'll sound like an actual human doing the broadcasting. And the artificial intelligence, they're actually working now on the process for the artificial intelligence, the computer, the robot, to actually do the typing in what the robot's going to say, to where you won't even need human interaction. It's kind of frightening times we've come to, isn't it? Modern technology, right? Be careful what you wish for. All right, I'll do a quick reset here. I have to probably turn the computer off, but should be back within a very short order. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. J Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion.